All right. It's time to work. Time, work. It is twerk. Gotta cut your hair at 100k YouTube subscribers? No. No, I don't think so. Maybe 100 million. 100 million subscribers. My nose is bleeding, but like, not the internals of my nose. I had like a pimple here. And I keep like scratching at it. So like the top of, like the outside of my nose is bleeding. Makes me want to DIY. Nufshi, hello, hello. How's it going? Alright, let's start with a good old commit. Where the fuck is my right-click menu? Hello? Huh? Oh. Right, it's back. I now have a right-click menu. Git bash. Right, well, first of all, git add dash a. It's gonna add all those crops asset commit dash m added crops assets. And also almost done refactor, maybe, possibly. I think it's fine now. Yep. Cool. Now we go to here. We open up the doodad. And we begin work on the schmoodad. Hey, how are you? My name's Jessica and I'm on Unreal Engine GameDev 2. Hell yeah! I'm doing pretty good. Why do you use that instead of the GitHub desktop interface? Because the GUI sucks. And is confusing. Mr. Material Man, how would you go about making 2D nebulas in a material? Trying to make a shader for a space game that would have different backgrounds for each system. Ask Sov. Because he did a Starfield background. As in like a field of stars, not Starfield game. Wow, that's so cursed. Also, that would need to be... Probably have to... move... I'd have to put that in there. Hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Why is that one broken? It's not. Alright. What would be the top 3 things you would tell a Blender 3D artist who's making for Unreal for the first time? For Unreal specifically... Nothing really. It's kind of, you know. You know what I mean? I have one question, please. I wonder if you could help me a little. I see a lot of games have physics-based interaction in foliage. So could you make a tutorial about that? I could, but I would have to know how to do it first. For actual physics-based reactions. You'd probably have to... A lot of it would come down to doing the actual setup in Blender. You would have to rig all of your foliage. However, with the Prismatica plugin, we do a fake physical interaction like this, which is good enough for most games. And this is just all in my plugin for $34.99. And whatnot. We're gonna find the plugin, please. Just search Prismatica, or if you look at one of my latest videos about the plugin, you'll find a link in there. But keep in mind, this isn't physical interaction. It's not on the CPU. So, like, if I jump, like, I'm not actually interacting with the bush, if that makes sense. It looks like I am, but the bush doesn't have any idea that I exist, and I don't have any idea that the bush exists. It's all just fake, using a texture as a proxy. Skedaddling, that's right. Thing looks good though. Is it performance friendly? Yes, yeah, the whole point of doing it this way is for performance reasons. So, you know, each blade of grass can interact independently and whatnot. But the whole... It's essentially a big trick. And the trick is that we just use some textures that we draw to. And then these just read from the textures to know what to do. So, you know, this just denotes the direction that things need to bend in. This one here is, you know, the normals and the height offset for, you know, sand and stuff. Which is all good. And then we have a wind simulation. Is it special foliage, or can I use the Mega Scans or any other? It will work mostly with just anything by default, but if you want it to look better, then you might want to pivot paint it using the inbuilt pivot painter tool, which is mainly just for things like, you know, if you want each individual leaf to be able to move independently, then it would need to be pivot painted. Same with like this kind of thing. But you can do it very quickly. I've set it up so that it's very quick to do that. But you can do it without pivot painting. As long as they're vertex painted. So like, for example, this bush is just vertex painted. So, you know, you can do bending, which just bends the whole mesh, and then wiggling, which wiggles the whole mesh, and then jiggling, which just jiggles the whole mesh. And you combine them all together to do effects. So yeah, it'll work with any mesh. Good with the pivot painter? Yes, yeah. It's just a little tool. You can see in the documentation playlist how the pivot painter works. Are you making a video on the new features you had already? Yeah, I've included a... I've already done the pivot painting tutorial. And then... I'm going to make a video when it's available on the marketplace, just so people know that it's on the marketplace, which will go over the, you know, it's in C++ now and all that kind of stuff, which is now, it's old news, but, you know, well, it's old news for Twitch people, but it would be new news for YouTube people. Actually, speaking of, let me check my email. So we can see... Nothing. Great. Alright, let's start off by... Oops. Jumping off a cliff. Oh, oh. Very good. How to make the water interaction? Too complicated to to explain quickly. But it basically uses the same system, just with a different simulation applied to it. Nothing might be good. Check your publisher page. Ah, true, true, true. I have to sign in. Fantastic. No, don't. Fuck's sake. Use the Prismatica email, you silly goose. Can I just log in with Google? Prismatica Dev. Ooh, my neck. Wait, does that want me to... Right, Epic Games account. Credentials I'm using are invalid. Don't lie to me. Nah, it's pending approval still, so. All good. All good, all good. Treasure playing a demo on my laptop. Specs are i3 2.3 GHz CPU, onboard Intel graphics card, and 12 gigabytes. Mentioned my specs says everything was in slow-mo. I think the demo is the old version of the plugin. Yeah, actually, it is the 1.0 version. Although it shouldn't really be chugging that hard. But I would... be surprised if you could run Unreal full stop. Or at least, you know, I think that one was capped to is using a fixed frame rate, so maybe that was what made it go slow-mo. Was it like slow motion but a good FPS, or was it like stuttery slow-mo? Because the plugin is relatively transparent, as long as you're not like overutilizing it, you know, running like a million interactions all at once. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But yeah, for me, it takes up less than 1 millisecond of frame time when I'm running it at like max or max recommended quality settings. But I guess I have an ultra gaming machine. Well, actually, my computer's like 7 years old now, but it's still pretty good. It's decent. It's decent. All right, let's begin the stuff. So, how... Is there anything else that I need to do? Let's start by giving a backpack the new inventory stuff. Although in order to be able to see a backpack, we would need to have the equipment set up. Smooth, just slow-mo. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Not stuttery? Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it could just be that the frame rate was set to a fixed amount rather than a capped amount or something. I'll double check that. I will double check that. I'll probably upload a new demo anyway. Soon, TM. Well, before I post the video about it being on the marketplace, if it makes it to the marketplace. All right, Picos. So how on earth? How do I go about migrating to the new code and stuff? This is a tough one. Let's just go to context. No, let's go to entity. And this has its container sub-object array. And then on initialize, we would need to add, here's your default sub-object type thingos. Did I want to do that thing? Also, I think my internet's dying. Let's just go even lower quality. Rest in peace. Yeah, how did I want to do... think for now we just give it a default. Item static data. Alright, let's go container properties. I do have a container grid dimensions, which I can just use for now. But we would want to do an array of container sub object, container default sub objects. These would be PyCos, base item container objects class references array. Yeah. So if we just said backpack, container sub bam grid item container object, and then in grid data it will on initialize get grid dimensions, blah blah blah. So we have the owning entity, right? Yeah. But basically when the item object gets initialized, well, actually, we'd want to do... Shit. Where am I? Here. Well, just... How do I want to set the grid dimensions? Ah, fuck it. We'll just say that it's 3 by 3 for now. Whatever. So then on item object initialization, on init initialize item object, we want to initialize container, which is now going to not do this. Do I want to start gutting things? I guess, yeah, we just start gutting things. Fuck it. Let's go hard. Right, initialize container would be get item static data, item satiric data, static data, container, doodads for each of these. We want to construct object. Object from class, this class, bam. And then we want to add these to the container array. Cool. So now we've said, okay, yeah, we've got a grid container in this backpack. We've now added it to its sub-object array. Everything's good to go. Then we would want to do a thing Oh, I could still use the old equipment component for now to test that this actually works. So I need to go to grid webip, which would then, when it's initialized... Sandbox, how's it going? This looks familiar. We want to get item grid dimension. So this would have to be the... Not the item object now. Because it's not dependent on the thing. It's the... container grid PyCos. Which is then, this is going to be the container grid. Here's widgets, grid, container. Bam, bam. You are now grid, container, PyCos. Yes. Right, we're going to get a million errors. That's fine. You go there. This is the grid container. Grid container. Right, now we go through errors. So we're just going to say we get the dimensions from the sub-object itself. Oops. And we use that. And then we just use our old doobly-doobler. Thank God I've done something with it. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm making some radical changes. Oops. I'd probably want to do... If we had a cart... I mean, for this, I might just have to do, for now, owning entity. And just do a little cast to item object for the time being. I'll know why that's 10. Let's do this as this item static data. Get your dimension. Cool. 10 item distribution. This would... Well, I don't think I actually need that part anymore. Grid container. And then this would need to use the new fit at index, which we would then need to transform to index from coord. Payload is this boy. That chuck's here. You go there, you go there. You get moved. Yep. Yeah, and then this would do our interaction stuff, which I don't want to do right now. I just want to straight up do this. Payload on object. Drag drop. The drag drop's all fine still. This would be check space for payload, which is now using the new function. So this just needs to do this. Yep. Well, now we have our new add item at index. Oops. Bam. That is all good. We now need to do drag drop from container, which is the old item object, which should now be this. This would be remove item, quantity, object. We don't need the two same container boolean. We also have removed from container. Very handy. Cool. It should all come together. These can stay like that for now. And this one here. We don't need... Well, this would just be get entity. And this would be property manager. Which would then blah blah blah, but we don't need to... You know what, you just stay like that. That was just debug stuff anyway, and that would also be the same here. Cool. Debuggity debuggity. So, item icon. Why are you angry? Right, because you don't have a doodad anymore. So, item icon. Now, rather than having a... Well, we spawn the widget's fine. New item icon, item object, can you move there? Thank you. Slot as canvas slot, we don't need. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. Yep. So icon. And then we were saying item container grid. So this is in our init icon. So this is now if we are a container, which... Yeah, and then this was doing attach slot widget. And this is creating new widget. Now, what was item container grid? Is item container grid type. But why would it already have one? I don't think we need that. We also don't need this. Well, we just want to go through for this item. And then rather than checking socket types and all that kind of stuff, and also all of the positionings and whatnot. We literally just want to get... So without any extra branching whatevers, we just want to get our item object, and we just want to get its sub-array, container array, and then for each of these, they need a construct widget thing so that they can construct their own widget, and then we add that here. So this will be for each construct widget function per container type object thing, and then spit that back out here. Add that, and then initialize it. The initialize might... That's for the widget itself, but they all should be deriving from one class. No, because sockets and thingos were different classes. Can't be bothered interfacing. Whatever. For now, this is just going to be construct widget. No, what is it? Widget. I've forgotten what the... Create widget. There it is. This will just be grid. Container grid. Because we don't have sockets yet, but we're just going to say it anyway. Do this. This is the content to this thinger. And then this is just going to get initialized. The grid container is the PyCos, which is this. But it doesn't know. We'll just cast it. It's fine. Cast to grid container object. Why not? Then we can at least see if this is working. Jimmy, got you plugged in a few weeks ago. Loving it? Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear that. I'm very glad to hear that. Alright, so. If I hit play. And press B. These still get initialized fine, but if we get the backpack, it should have a... It's a 1x1. feel like it isn't initializing. Marketplace when? Stop asking. It's out of my hands. It's out of my control. Stepped on tiny ice, my boy. Took me 2 months to refactor it from where we ended up. Right? It's fine. It should maybe take a week. I'm not... I don't know. I don't know. I think I already did one refactor after we worked on it. So this is technically the second time I've refactored it. You know me, I just love refactoring everything. They call me Mr. Refactor. Widget's grid container owning entity item object. This widget's grid container is PyCos. Grid dimensions. Bam. Set size. Grid container. Yep. Columns, rows. Yep. That's the material. So now is Mr. Prismatica dev? No, it's Mr. Prismatascape dev. Apparently now. Mr. Pycast dev. Alright, why are you not? Oh, I don't think I'm setting the owning entity. That's probably why. PyCos. PyCos base item container object. Initialize container. Stupid ass. Right, we need the input owning entity. Entity PLSS. We're going to set owning entity right here. Still don't know what's a PyCos. It's about $2.50 from the bakery. Initialize PyCos. Right, so now it should be a 3x3 size. Yep. Son of a... Where's my play button? Well, that should be that. So it should make it... It should make it past this now. So when I now open this up... Why is it not making it pass? Owning entity. Let's go to grid. Which would BP. There's an acronym that starts with Prismatica inventory. It's Prismatica item container object system. Wait, but I'm literally calling that item object, pris item object, when initialize item static data container default. Oh, maybe we're just, maybe I'm, maybe I'm just dumb. Wait, am I... Show me where I'm calling this. We're doing this on initialize item object. Yep. Which then, if we use server, do this. And then this should just be initialize property manager. Well, this whole thing here should be a part of entity. Holla. Entity. Initialize entity. Entity sim property manager. So this should have a initialize entity simulation property manager. And that will get called on initialize entity property manager. Yep. And then also initialize the thing. Container subobject array. Initialize PyCos containers. Which should get called in here. Probably want to do that before that. Alright, so then in item object, as an example, instead of initialize item object, this should be the other thing. Should be, but for now we'll just do it as is. Initialize containers. Alright, let's just see if that works. Well, that's going to work for all of my clothing. Yep, then if we make a backpack, initialize container for each We construct the container. We initialize the container. This will do this. Resize the grid. That sets owning entity. So now owning entity is the armor object. Very good. That'll resize the stuff. Add it to the thing. Cool. There's no more left. Construct the property manager. Whatever. So then if we quit this, the back. Why no 3x3? I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Give me 1 sec. Give me a couple of minutes. Hello, I'm back. Did I miss a gnome party? Is there a gnome party? There was. Haha. We do it again. Oh, I see it now. Cool, so this now has the right size. Which is just the default size, because we haven't done the, instancing and duplicating object stuff. Nice. There it goes. Now I'm pretty sure I have a get item. I have a get item at index, but I need a get items index. Or just a search container for item. Which is just gonna do item. Not search for item. Well, search for item object, I guess. But it's not searching, we know that it is in here, we just want to get its data. So it's really just get item index. which is then literally just get contained items. Well, by default, it's get contained items, get the index, but this will just return info about this. Or what about get contained item object info? And then, as an example, index. So then in... How do I browse to here? In item grid, the info would be go to contained items grid, which is the grid. Did I actually do... No, good. So we go through this grid for each. Actually, can you do an array search? Or an array... Or you can do a contains item, but it doesn't give you the index of it, so we'd have to do it manually. And just say, hey, here are all the slots in this inventory. Which one of them equals this one? And then on the first equivalence, we say true, and it's at this index. That's the whole function. And then that's all good. So now we can just say, wherever I needed this, we just say get item info. That should be a pure item object is this. Now this container should be from PyCos container, but then we should do from owning entity. Oh, we can just get that from the thing anyway, so. Yeah. But this is saying from container, the previous entity that it was in. So I'd actually want to change that. So this is from entity. And then we want a from container from PyCos. You can do find item with arrays. Let me see. Why is that not... Oh, are they not... Hold on. User exposed... Where are the... From entity... But where is the PyCos? Refresh. Oh no, it's not just public. It is expose on spawn. There it is. Cool. So this was then doing stuff, which a lot of that's old, which was then going to remove and then blah blah. But then what were our sockets doing? On drop, check space for payload. That's all. Oh, that was just the base, right? But then the actual item attach socket would have been doing. Get socket data. Is socket suitable? Can we drop to yes? Oh, that's on check space for payload. And then on drop would be doing this. Store item in container. Yeah, which that is no longer there. And that does use the item interaction component. But it doesn't, it's not real anymore. Yeah. Hey, good job. Is there any way to get the list of all loaded streaming levels using blueprints? Can't find any suitable nodes. I don't know, unfortunately. This now uses the new one. Yeah. Yeah. Space for payload, that should be good. That should say empty. That should then remove item from where it was. Right, if same container. Which is then is item object contained picos. Equal to picos. Cool. Chaos Destruction working with Niagara data interface. Any idea how to fix trailing data particles to stop spawning? No. I don't. I haven't looked at Chaos Destruction at all. Yeah, no, this is all invalid. Well, not invalid now, but... we need a... item object. This used to have a remove... item from previous location, which would either unequip it or remove it from its own container. So we would want to just, for now, use the contain inside Picos. Remove item. This one. What's even the point of that? There we go. Good night. Open, thanks. Maybe I should just start, like, completely gutting all the old stuff now. Just so we break references and get notifies of where things go. Let's just do item object. Remove from previous location. And then just chuck it in there for now. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just... Oh, right. Incoming item object is just object, whatever. This is not trying to read property contained inside Picos. Right, because we don't say... well, in Picos. In base, on item stored here. New item object, Picos, there. Cool. But then when... in the grid, when I add item, add index, override, bam, 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 we are probably not calling Son of a bitch. Well, that wouldn't matter anyway, though. It's because... Yeah... I think I just do a full clean out. Item object. You... Let's just set up the equipment container. The equipment PyCos. So that one can die. Character equipment container object. We have equipment slots. Which is an array of game... It should be an array of tag containers. We then have the contained items, which will just be a mirrored doodad. So we just need a function, which is equipment slot to index. This is a pure function. I also need to, on initialize PyCos container, get the equipment slots, get the length, and then set this. No, set. No, what is it? Resize. Resize. So that it has empties, or has nulls. I mean, I could internally do a map, but that's kind of a pain to replicate. And we may need to replicate it on startup and whatnot. So equipment slots get length, which is the number of items in an array. Resize to specified size. Yes. So we have equipment slot to index. Slot is tag. Gameplay tag. Singular. And then we want to, for each of these, we want to equipment slot. So the equipment slot is a container. Or we want hashtag. Hashtag singular exact match. Tag is this one. As soon as we hit that one, we send through the index. Bam. Son of a bitch. Do that. And then on complete, have -1, which just means invalid. Although maybe we want a Boolean equipment slot. Search, do we find... Yeah. No, we'll just do -1, because it's fine. Yeah. Equipment slot to index, da-da-da. We also want an equipment... We want an index to equipment slot, probably. Which is just the opposite, which is literally just get. It's just get. That'll be a container, though. There's pairs. That's going here. That can die. We also want a... index out of bounds. But this should be pure. That's fine. So then when we do something like get item at index, we would want to get contained items and yeah, literally just get copy of the ref of contained items. Yep. But if we... Well, I guess if this is invalid... Although we'd need to do a valid index. But we'd never really be getting item at index externally. We would be doing... we'd be doing an extra function called get item in equipment slot, which would then ask for equipment slot, which is a tag. Probably just want it to be... Do I want it to be a container or a singular? Because if we wanted to have... I guess it would be singular. Yeah. And that'll be broken now. But yeah, equipment slot. Yeah. This would literally just be equals. Well, fuck. This has tag. No, Just equals. Tag equal tag. Because I was thinking I'd need to do something like tag equipment slot, and then I was thinking, oh, we say, oh, this is a humanoid, whatever, and this is a horse, and then give them their equipment slots, but that's technically not needed. We can literally just give them whatever equipment slots. Well, does it need to be a container? Because I was thinking about what Crevea said with the, just having a tag to signify whether something is a universal or a specialized equipment slot. So, like, a hand is a universal slot, and it can pick up any... Like, you can equip anything to your hand, right? Because you literally pick up armor with your hand, and then you equip it to a specialized slot. But then it's like... Do I want to do that as a tag? Or do I just want to do that as just a list inside the thing that just says, oh yeah, if it's this, it's a specialized slot. Because then if I wanted to... You know, include like human or whatever. I guess that would just be an extra tag. Because, like, say we have a helmet, and we have a head slot. Head implies it's a humanoid head, but obviously other things have a head. But it would just be... If we make a piece of armor, we specify these are the slots it can go to. Head slot. But also, like, the character type. You know? So it would have to have all tags. This and that. We're trying to think of a piece of... It's like, and is humanoid? Yeah, but like it could be something like... How do I even explain this? Like a piece of armor can be equipped to the body of a human, but maybe it can be equipped to the head of a giant. You know? So not just like a global, this can be equipped to this, you know, character type, but it would be a container of humanoid body. Does that make any sense? I know it's a really stupid example. But in that case, it would be a container. And we do a match all tags. But I think what we do is construct a... So if we have a can be equipped here, item object, this would be item object. We then get its static data, which would then give us equipable slots, which would then be, you know, gameplay tag container. Can I just make gameplay tag container? There you go. This would be like equipable. It'd be an array of these. So we'd just say thing can be equipped here. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the music. Too many bangers. Also, Amethyst, how's it going? And Dopamine, how's it going? We're currently doing a big refactor. A refactor so that we can refactor so that we can refactor. Make array gameplay tags. Human, head, giant, torso, horse, ass. Yeah. Human head, giant torso, horse ass. That bit's pretty simple. It would actually be in its can be stored in. Because, I mean, equipment isn't very different from a container type. Hold on, let me think for a second. Let me think. Is it the item that knows what it can be equipped to? Or is the equipee knowing what items it can equip? Get what I'm saying? Let's think about it, right? We can have a sword. And we can have a scabbard object. The scabbard knows that it can accept a sword, right? The sword doesn't need to know, oh, this can be stored in a scabbard and a backpack and a this thing and a barrel and a, you know. Maybe it'll have some, like, hard exclusions, but it shouldn't be like that. So I think the same thing applies to the equipment. And since our equipment is a... Our character's equipment is technically a container that is on the character entity. It operates, it uses the same functions as a backpack or anything like that. Except instead of using a grid, it uses slots. I think the item going into an item should know if it's allowed to go into that item. Yeah. It should be the container that says, oh yeah, I allow everything but blacklist these items, or I only accept these items. Like a quiver might only accept arrows. It's not that the arrows can only go to a quiver. And that's the logic at the moment, but for a character... Or sorry, for a piece of armor, rather than the armor saying, oh, I can be stored on the head of a character, it should be up to the character, or the character's equipment container, to be like, oh, the head slot can store items with the tag helmet and humanoid. Humanoid-sized, you know? Like, it's a humanoid helmet. It's a helmet made for humanoids. And then for like a, I don't know, maybe a fucking lizard person, their equipment component for the head would say, oh, we can accept helmet, but not humanoid. It would be lizard person, you know? But maybe they could both wear the same breastplates, which would be, our chest slot can accept chest slot and no other inclusions. And yeah, and different helmets might fit on both character types. So, and that would be completely up to the equipment managers to determine that. Which means that we don't have to put a bunch of bullshit on the item static data. We can still put something like the preferred container type, or like a container priority type list for the items. So like arrows prefer to go in a quiver. And so when we search for a place to put arrows, a character will first search for anything with the quiver tag and that kind of thing. But it should be up to the quiver to actually accept the thinger. Yeah. Also, I'm thinking I should probably make a data asset for some of this shit. Like a character equipment container type static data or data asset, so that we don't have to have duplicates of the equipment slots thing, because, you know, this will have like 20 tags in it. Same with like the, you know, these slots accept these types stuff. That should all just be one data object or data asset rather than being on the class itself. Because that means that every time we, you know, instance one of these character equipment handlers, it means we're copying all of that data. So if we have like... Yeah, I think anytime we use static data, we should use a data asset. Because I'm pretty sure if you construct an object, all of the, even if it's all default values, all of them would get duplicated. So by putting it in a data asset, they all just reference this one data asset and get the info from there. Same as I do with the items themselves for all of their static data. Which kind of makes me think the... You know how we were talking yesterday or the day before or the day before? When we were looking at what Elliot was doing with the... with the objects. Instance objects and stuff. I feel like I should probably just do a data asset type, which is like grid container data asset static data, which then has the grid dimensions and allowed things and all that kind of stuff. I wonder if you can... Fuck, I wonder if we could make a data asset... No, because then they wouldn't be shared between them. Because it's like, let's say we have 100 different backpack types for some reason. And all of them have a 3x3 container space. And they allow all objects, and they... blah, 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 you know? They could all just reference the one item static data type. Or, I mean, that's a bad example. But let's say we spawn 1 million of the same backpack. And it you know, and then... Yeah, okay, so we have leather backpack 1. Which is a, you know, 4x5 inventory size. It allows these types of items, all that kind of stuff. That should just be a data asset that says, hey, yeah, this does this and that and this and that. Right? Because we don't want to put the anything container related on the item itself. Because not all items are going to be containers. They can be containers, but that's up to their sub-object class doodads. Now I'm just thinking that requires so much extra setup per item, which is kind of a pain in the ass. That determines all info on an item versus having all that info on every item. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, that's what I already do with items. But I'm just thinking for the container-specific stuff. Because, like, a backpack is just a backpack, right? But then the actual container inside the backpack is, well, will now be its own object, rather than being inherent to the item itself. Which just makes it easier to create unique functionality for containers and whatnot. Because rather than it being, you know, rather than needing to add an extra if statement or an extra enum or an extra property thing to the item, it's just the container. So what was I thinking about again? Right, I was thinking about container stuff, but we might want to... yeah. With unfit, they can go in containers. Yeah. We've solved that one. Got it. So many bugs in here. But we need to solve... And this isn't just item... Well, is it item tags? We'd probably want a specific one for, like, item equipment tags. Because this is to do with the item itself. Although... No, I guess it could just go on there. Item tags. You know, helmet. Head. Because head would be... Yeah, because we might want to be looking for a piece of headgear. Like if we wanted to do something dumb like, oh, we've got our character equipment, right-click the head slot, and then, you know, equip, and it would look through our character's containers for something that fits the head slot. And it would just have to look through item tags. Yeah. But yeah, the main thing that I still need to figure out is how we want to deal with making container types. Because we've got... So we've got all the item data, right? All its mesh and its whatever. This is in the item data asset. But then currently we've got an array of container classes that this one has, right? So it could have a grid inventory, it could have an external socket on the side of it, and maybe like an internal pouch or something that isn't the grid, but it's its own thing or something. So then what we do is on initialize this, we construct these into an array of these container thingos. And so rather than... So there's a couple of ways we could make it kind of easier, right? The first one is to do what Elliot was saying, where we can make an instanced object of the class, which we can then add variables to. Or, and then it would, then when we make this, it would have those variables. Or we could do, instead of specifying a class, we specify... So, the benefit of doing it this way, where we say, oh, this is a container, standard container type, but it has a 2x2 inventory space, right? Or for this other one, it's a standard container class, but we have 5x5 space or whatever. So that's the benefit of that. The downside is that we duplicate that data every single... Like, that data has to exist on the object itself every time it's spawned. But it would be quicker to set up. Now, the second way would be to use an array of data assets. And those data assets have a class for the actual object and its functionality. But then they have all their own data, like, oh, what's the size of this one, and what's the blah, 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 blah. And so we'd still instance this object, but all we would be setting in it is a reference to the data asset, which it then gets its dimensions from, its allow list, its exclusion list, and all that stuff. The only downside would be that if we wanted to do something as simple as change the size of the container grid, we'd have to make a new data asset. Which, now that I think about it, doesn't sound too bad. I think it's better than having copies of heaps and heaps of data. I think it's probably worth it for... I feel like if the game was smaller scale, like the world was smaller scale, having duplicated data is fine. But I feel like because we would potentially have thousands upon thousands of containers at any given time loaded, it's like it would be worth to just have a data asset. Probably. Vernon, hello. Kind of familiar with Unreal 5. Is there any game you recommend try to copy in order to get more practice? I don't know. I feel like the best practice is to just make the game that you want to make, that you're interested in making. But always be ready to scrap it at any point, you know? Like, or not to scrap it, but go into it with the mindset that this is the first iteration, or it's just like prototyping. because you'll learn things along the way, and then you'll want to go back and do what I'm doing right now and refactor things. But yeah, I definitely say just dive in. You don't need practice. You just need to start making games. Need more confidence and practice is what I think I need. I think just go for it. Just start making what you want to make, and just Google things as you need to. Just, you know, Google, YouTube. If you get stuck on, you know, oh, I want to do an inventory system now, then just Google that and do it. That's how I operate, at least. Suppose we create a facsimile inventory, non-object copy, think an int array item IDs used for your helm equip search example. When equip function is fired, you can create the equipment from the object slot index, but the data itself, which is sorry, we use the in facsimile as a reference. No. I've already, like, this is all already done. I'm just refactoring. But every item is like a unique object that has its own, you know, its durability and its everything. I've mostly got it figured out. I'm just trying to refactorize it so that it's a bit more nice. But the array of item IDs, that's what a data asset is, essentially. It's like all the static data. But so if I've got like 1 million helmets spawned of the same type, they'll all be referencing one data asset for their like default, you know, what mesh they use, you know, where it can be equipped and all that kind of stuff. And they just hold a pointer to that data asset. And so a data asset is like a data table, I guess, is a good way to thingo. How are you going to save the nested object items into a save game? With great care. With great care. Rosie, how's it going? Wait, why is that? Oh, because it's a classical. What the fuck? Equipment slots, game. No, equipment slots is tag container. Right? Yeah. Right, okay, hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. So, let's go to Picos. Let's do Picos equipment or character equipment, I guess. Technically not character equipment, it could... it's a whole fucking... Jesus. You know, we could be equipping a fucking... a cart with new wheels. You know? Joe Mucha Pike. Oh, shut up. Let me just... Data asset. Well... I think we want to do... Let's just do a data asset here. Primary data asset. This is called Picos Container Static Data. What does this have in it? Well, it doesn't have dimensions or size. It does have a... allowed items list. Well, not a... Fuck, how do I do, like, blacklisting versus whitelist? Or both. I guess if whitelist contains... Well, yeah, it can't be both. Fuck. Could just be allowed items, and if that is null, then it allows all. And then if disallowed items is null, then that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Items. Whitelist. Oh, but no, okay, so no. Blah, 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 blah. Because for an equipment... Well, okay, hold on. Is our character equipment one container, or is it just an array of multiple containers? I feel like it's an array of multiple containers. Like we have a head container, a chest container, and each of them has its own list and shit. Do you know what I mean? I think it's an array. Which makes things very easy. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of the container fucking doodad thing. Containers being objects. Because it's like, okay, we have a backpack with a grid container, but then 2 slots on the side of it, and those slots, you know, one of them allows a sleeping bag and one of them allows a sword. And that logic is separated for each container, right? Or we can have a bag that can attach a bag, and then that bag can attach a bag to the outside of it. Like an extra bag. A bag with an extra bag that has grid space inside it. So I feel like the character equipment stuff is literally just a bunch of slots. Bedrolls on bags is such a fucking vibe. Hell yeah. Maciek. Hello, hello. Maciek? Maciek? How are you doing? Alright, container static data. Yeah, okay, so this does have an allowed items list, which is gameplay tag container array. Yes. So this can allow helmet, humanoid. Well, no, it would say helmet, closed face wouldn't be on there, but helmet, open-faced would be on there as a singular entry, yeah. Then we have a disallowed items list. Or do we call it an items whitelist? No, I think allowed and disallowed is clearer. What else do we need in a container? Nothing really. Well, in the base one anyway, because then we'll have a... Let's just do PyCos static data. Container static data, move here. But then we have a child class called container grid. Or grid container. Grid container static data, which also has a grid dimensions. We'd also want a widget type. Well, this would not be here. This would be in here. Or widget class. Widget class, which is a widget class. Well, no, they should all derive from the... Okay, this is where it's going to start getting a bit fucky. We have the old widget WBP item socket, which is the parent class. Equipment socket derives from item base socket. But then the item grid is its own parent class, which is basically a copy paste of the old sockets. So I could try reparenting it and see what happens. You know how it goes. Reparent item socket base socket. Alright. Chest space for payloads already being used. Okay, so we just want to... Can I replace... No. Get payload already used, yeah. Which is an override. Last time I reparented something that got parented on accident, literally only one function as an Unreal exploded. Nice. Yeah, we'd want to override this. Well, can I just... Hold on. Payloaf and then get payloaf and then just could not find the function check space for payload which is in item container grid. Ooh. Check overlap. Item base socket. So what do you do? You just have check space for payload, which just defines this. You have the get payload, which just defines this. You have the drag and drop, on drop. Not much. And then you have on drag over. Do some stuff, which I don't do currently. Check space for payload, again, does nothing. And that's the real check space for payload. So then in functions, check space for payload, we want to get check space for payload for, and just yeet this into here. Does that return node still function? Local. Oh, local. Right, why are they all empty? Can be dropped here. Right, well, hold on. Payload. Can item fit at index? Oh, payload is this. Yeah. Wait, what was get payload again? No, other one. This one. Which is the get drag drop, right? Yeah, no, so this is fine. So then we had the get payload. Get payload. And then the old one was just getting this. This one is getting get payload. It just does that, right? So we don't actually need to override that. And we just want to replace the functions. Who up getting payloafed? Hell fucking yeah, we are. Let's get that bread. Payloaf. Payloaf. Find references. Here, we just want to check space for payload. The inherited version. Bam. Bam. Select state. Bam. Cool. EZ. And this one here is the actual dude. And then on drop, check space for payload. Use the real inherited one. Bam, 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 bam. Easy. And then we just need to get payload. Which then gets the drag dropping content. Bam. Returns our item object. All good. Oh. Sweet, so now we can delete this, delete that. Compile, everything's good. So now the item base socket, I'm actually going to rename this to item container base. How do I rename? Item base socket is item, well, is WPE PyCos container base. The old PyCos container base. Item based socket, more like item cringe socket? Yeah, that's right. You tell them. Alright, so now our item attach socket, well, that's probably not even necessary at all. What was it even doing? It was doing... Right, because... Yeah. That's fine. So I'll just leave them for now. When we... Item base... What was it? WPE PB PyCos. Hello. You have an initialize, right? Init. Initialize PyCos widget. I fucking love that we went with PyCos. So good. Alright, so when we initialize PyCos widget, we just put in the item object. And that's fine. Yeah, and the default functionality is to get item object, set visibility hidden. PyCos container base. Clear children, create item icon widget. Of self. No. Well, that's just for the base, which we don't actually use. Cluster, is it inventory? It's kind of everything. Everything all at once. Alright, we have PyCos static data. Which has the PyCos WPB. Oops. Container base, class reference. So that's its widget class. Cool. So if we make a data asset, miscellaneous data asset, from grid container static data, and this one's called PyCos just grid template, grid container. template. And so we say, oh, grid dimensions 3 by 3, maybe 4 by 4. Allowed items list any, disallowed item lists none. Widget class grid container base. Item container grid. So then when we, for an item, you fucking mosquitoes, get the fuck out of here. For the item icon, when it initializes itself, what will happen is it will set its dimensions, it'll do all of its stuff. Let me just tidy this up a tiny bit. There we go. Then for each container sub-object array, sub-objects need to have a reference to there. So Picos where are you? Picos base item container object. The object has a variable which is the Picos container static data, which is container static data Picos object reference, which will get set because we will have a Picos container static data. This needs, most obviously, a container class, or Picos container object class, which is a Picos container object. Base item container object class, which should probably be the first thing. And then probably that. Yeah. So then in our items, item object, item object, instead, item static data, silly me. So item static data, where's just base item static data? We have container properties instead of a container default sub-objects classes. We will put in a Picos static data class an array of them, sorry. Let's call this Picos container Picos containers. Which is then just a list of data asset thingos. So if we now go to our backpack, static data, we say to the backpack, hey, your Picos containers is grid container template. So then when we initialize item object, on initialize, where is initialize? Initialize. Well, we've got initialize container. This Picos containers, we then get the, well, for each Picos container. Picos container, well, this should be Picos container types. Is probably a better name for it. Item, static data asset. Container properties, PyCos, container types. Oops, no equals. Container types. Multi. So now you have container types for each of them. Create, get class, get PyCos container class. Create the object. Initialize PyCos container, which will put in the owning entity and the PyCos static data, which is of type PyCos static data base. Bam. That gets set as its PyCos container static data. Sweet. So then here, we just pass in our PyCos. Fuck, this joke has gone way out of hand. But it's hella worth. It's hella worth. Because people inevitably ask, yo, what's PyCos? What is PyCos? About $2.50. Worth. How are these bugs getting in? Oh yeah, right, I've got holes in my house. Okay, init containers. Oh wait, this is the old... Does entity... Initialize PyCos containers. Alright, hold on. And this just takes in owning entity PyCos static data. Alright. Well, can I copy signature? Where the fuck am I? Can I copy? Damn it. Well, I can copy. Item base container object initialize PyCos container copy entity delete. Oh no, I can just move to parent, can't I? Wait, hold on. And I'm fucking right, it's not init containers. I want to do init PyCos. Where's this getting called? You're getting called on initialize item object, which should be entity. You know what? Fuck it. As long as these are getting made, we'll just leave it for now. No. So because 100 years when this game gets into the video game conservation archive, they're gonna go through the source code and they're gonna see mad references to PyCos and ask the very same question. That's right. Also, Sina, how's it going? PyCos keeps sounding like an operating system to me. It is. It is an operating system. It's an item operating system. I wonder if my internet has recovered. Let me just bump up my bitrate. We'll see if we start dropping frames like crazy. Nope, we're pretty good. What's PLSS stand for? Prismatica Large Scale Simulation System. It should be PLSSS. Although large scale could be just the L, like large hyphen scale. Prismatica Immense Scale Simulation. Yeah, true. Maybe I'll rename it to Piss. That would be way funnier. At that point, it would probably not just be a system. We'd actually call it the Piss Engine. Because it's essentially a game tick. Like a simulation engine. That kind of runs in parallel to the game tick. aka the game engine. Do you know what I mean? So maybe we do call it Piss Engine. It's kind of funny. That's hella funny. Alright, let me just do a quick... I'm starting to feel it. Starting to feel it. Here's how it runs parallel. Well, not like... it kind of is... It's parallel on the same thread, if that makes sense. Or it's essentially a way to... It's not async, but... it could be async, actually, but... No, you can do true parallelization in Blueprint with the Blueprint parallelization plugin. But what I mean by parallel is that it... Instead of every entity ticking, the PLSS system ticks through everything in, you know, like bit by bit. It's essentially like a tick manager. So per game tick, update this character, update this item, update this blah blah blah. And then it also manages the kind of overworld simulation. Is my friend behind game thread in runtime? It runs on the game thread, but it's a periodic updater for everything in the game. Because the idea is that nothing ever gets unloaded completely. So like a character goes off screen and they go to the next town over. They never just disappear from the game. They're always existent. They're always, you know, they're navigating to the town. So if you then teleported to the town, you would see them arrive at the town. If you could teleport, which you can't. Which means that they could, on the way to the town, get robbed by bandits or something. And all of that runs in the PLSS. But even things that are on screen run or get updated by PLSS based on like distance from player. So things that are right near the player get their properties updated, you know, maybe multiple times per second, because it will have a shorter list to iterate over, you know, once per frame. But then as things get further and further away into the larger LOD groups, then the lists are larger and it will tick through them slower. Not slower, but there'll be a larger time gap between updates for individual entities. So you kind of lose resolution in the simulation, but it's still chugging along. So like if you left some armor on the ground over here, it would be like, you know, if we were literally sitting right next to it, it would be in the highest LOD group or the lowest LOD group, depending on how you... Highest LOD being LOD 0. So, you know, if for some reason it started raining and then stopped raining and then started raining really sporadically, you know, like a second of rain on, a second of rain off, and then, you know, it would rust properly. But if the time frame was, you know, it was like a minute between updates, you know, it might be raining. If the rain was going on and off by, you know, every 1 second, it might just over that minute, at that point that it updates, be like, oh, it's not raining. And then it might do that the second minute, because it's just coincidentally not raining. So it wouldn't rust. But you kind of expect it to all even out over time, if that makes sense. Because then when it is raining, it'll think that it had been raining for 60 seconds. And that's like a very edge case example. Where like the low update resolution could cause inaccuracies, but it's fine. You could also substep particular things. So if we knew that over the past, you know, like if we knew the weather in the past, then we could just look up, you know, what was the rain like over the past, you know, 10 in-game minutes, and calculate it properly by like subdividing the delta time of the update, and do like substepping if we wanted to. But at that point, we may as well just update more objects. Although you could argue that doing substepping would be cheaper because it wouldn't have to access a different memory allocation and shit, you know? Which is kind of why I want to do stuff asynchronously, because it's like, then it doesn't have to even think about the game thread. So we just have another thread running that just, as fast as it possibly can, iterates through the entire list over and over. And then in the game thread, if we needed to access any of those variables, we just access them as is, you know? But that'll be a whole different thing. Got anti-aliasing? Yeah. Yeah. I need to turn off this aiming component. It's kind of annoying. Also, Adam, how's it going? Nice balls. Although I can't see the animated icons in this. What was that chat widget? Or like chat, OBS chat thing that you were recommending? That I could have YouTube and Twitch chat fed into on my end? Chatterino, right. And can it do Twitch and YouTube combined? I'm guessing it just scrapes the thingos. Truffle, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, maybe we'll look at truffle. Free Fox, hello. Can you give me your opinion about something? I'm making a classic Nurge JRPG. Hell yeah. During combat, I need to open and close a ton of widgets. As you can imagine, should I control the visibility by binding some enum to the visibility property of the widget? Or should I manually control it, collapsing and opening each window with specific methods for each functionality? I would do the second one. And I would do the second one. I'd do the second one for as many things as possible. So, like, you know, you've got the character's health. And there's a widget, you know, their health bar, and maybe the numbers and stuff. I would only ever... I would use update thing, and update it only when the health changes, rather than using bindings. Because bindings, it's really stupid the way that the bindings work in Unreal, but it will just get that value on tick. Or like, you know, every update, every frame. A nice way to do updates like that is to, let's say you've got like a health component. So you've got your character. Character has a health component. When you... And then you could... I'd probably make the health component the one that spawns the widget in the first place, but for you just need for the health component to have a reference to its widget, or the widget representing it, or any widget representing it. You could even use like a delegate or something. But then for the widgets, let's make widgets, I don't know, this color. Your widget would have an, let's call this the health widget. This would have an update health, or just an on-updated method, function, event, whatever you want to call them. And then the health component on health changed, you would then just call on update the health widget, and you send through a reference to the health component. Or maybe it just already has a reference to the health component. So then you can pull the data from the health component and be like, oh yeah, you know, we need to change the widget to do this. So you'd essentially have a reference to the health component. You could then say get health value and set the text. You know, get health max value, set this text. You could use that to get the percentage, to then do this. Blah, blah, blah. And that way you can let the widget decide how it figures itself out. You know, maybe it would set the color to be yellow if the health was below 50 or something. No, it wouldn't. Why would it do that? Maybe your health is green and then it goes yellow and then it goes red. That makes way more sense. Now, this is just my preference, where you just send a reference to the thing that the widget represents. You just send a reference to the widget and let the widget figure out what the hell it wants to do, rather than writing a method in the health component that's like, you know, figure out the widget's color and figure out what things we want to display and setting them from here. We just want to pull the data from the health component. So that's at least how I tackle things like that. Better mode. Yeah, way better. So rather than the widget asking, well, by default it would be asking on tick, what's the health? It will just get notified that, hey, the values just got updated. Let's, you know, go through and figure out how we need to look like now. And like Geo said, you could just do a timer, but a timer is still... Well, it would incur timer registration overhead. And you could also end up with heaps of widgets hitting the timer on the same tick, potentially. But it would be better than on tick. But it would still be like asking, you know, what color should I be? What thingo? What, you know, all this stuff, even when it doesn't need to. So it's usually always best to just give it an update to the, like, when the health gets altered. Separating responsibilities, your code, health management versus health representation, so less coupling, easy maintenance, easy. Yeah, exactly. Use delegate on health component that fires when it updates, bind it into the widget. Yeah, you could do that. So that the health component doesn't even need to know about the widget. You could just have an on, you know, health updated event. And then you could just, when you initialize your widget, bind to that event and you'd want to pass in a reference to the health widget itself that, well, you'd do that on initialize and just save a reference to the health thing. And that way, yeah, the health component doesn't even need to know about the widget. The other component should know about the widget. Means you can remove the widget. It's not a breaking change. Yeah, exactly. How often does tick get executed? Every frame or it's a fixed number each second? It's every frame. So a tick refers to a game tick, which is, since in Unreal at least, the game tick and the rendering are coupled. So for each game tick, we render one frame. Although I think they do, I think maybe the physics, I think they try and maintain a fixed physics update rate by doing sub-stepping when the frame rate is lower. But I don't think that has like an upper or a lower limit. Like, oh, the physics only ticks at 60 FPS, even if you're getting 120 FPS, because that wouldn't make sense. But I think it does sub-stepping when the FPS is lower. Which is probably why it isn't deterministic at all. Whereas if you had a fixed physics tick, It could be deterministic. Probably. I don't know. So, yeah, you can set a tick interval on an actor or a component or anything that ticks. Which I think just checks. I don't know if tick interval just would be checking has this amount of time elapsed, and then on the next tick it will fire. I don't think it would actually create a separate tick like time, if that makes sense. Because you could have something with a tick interval of 1 and then spawn a new object with a tick interval of 1 halfway through that one, and they'd be offset. So I think it's just the object itself checking every tick, should I fire the tick event. If that makes sense. Cover video where both methods exist, trying to figure some stuff out. Yeah, gotcha. That's all good. Overusing gameplay abilities to create an event that's fired on attribute change. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so if you had a health attribute, and then you had a widget, the widget could bind to the health attribute thing. That way you could even do, like, the health attribute, you know, when health attribute fires, or when it changes, only update the, you know, this and this, but not the, you know, the name of the character or something. Rather than the method, because I don't do, my game doesn't have any real UI. I only use UI for debugging, so I'm pretty heavy-handed with it. So I you know, sometimes I just do dumb shit like health component on update, get character name, and just set that every time as well. My Cereal UI widget's way too cumbersome. Finally managed to use controller as a mouse, but now I need to double-click buttons. Nice to do with focus, but every little thing is a battle. It is very dumb. The whole widget thingo is very weird. There's a lot of inconsistencies with, like, with widgets in general. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of widgets. Should I import a single triangle from Blender, but where every vertex positioner is 0, 0, 0, so I can just offset in material? You could set the... So you could have the 3 verts, just in a big triangle, but then when you import it, set the import scale to 0. And that could work, potentially. There might also just be a tick box for... What's it called? Import settings. Because there could be something that removes... Is it because I get some weird arrow? I'll try. Yeah. Yeah, try that one. I'm pretty sure there's like a remove degenerates. But I don't know if that refers to you know, verts that occupy the same position. Let inconsistencies with widgets occur when you're storing them in different objects, character, player control, player state, HUD, etc. Just pick one of those for all your widgets. See, I kind of go the opposite of that. I give each individual entity its own widget that it can, you know, create or destroy. Rather than having a, like, character, you know, widget manager that everything has to funnel through. I can just be like, you know, there's a character over here, show their debug health stuff, or show their inventory. And that exists on their, you know, simulation property manager, or their other thinger. Because that way, if I remove a health component, if a character no longer has a health component or a simulation property manager component, then the widget doesn't even get created either. Try 0 to get the same error. Try, let me import something. Content, import. Do we have any static meshes? Modeling. Props. Agave. Bam. Right, our settings here. Savelings on will keep degenerate triangles found in general usually. Try unticking remove degenerates. Savelings on will keep degenerate triangles found. So it must be looking for triangles that are like invalid or something. But I think for your case, you may want to, you know, not do that. Still failed? What's the use case of having a single triangle kind of thinger? Because it kind of sounds like it could be something that you could use procedural mesh for. But the other option would be to put them in a fixed position, so one at 0, one at 100x, and one at 100y, and then just subtract that position from the WPO that you wanted to apply, or subtract that in local space, or even just have it at like 0, 1, and 1, you know? So that the triangle's still real. But then you just account for that in the WPO. Let's use GPU to modify with custom method I have. But I'm either with triangle for all type of shape. Yeah, gotcha. You might find though that I'm presuming that each triangle is going to be an instant static mesh, which could add up pretty quickly. Because, like, instances aren't free, you know? It would be cheaper for... I guess it depends how often... No, even moving an instance would require dirtying it. Oh, but I guess if they're all in the one place and you're then using GPU to do stuff. Although, how are you communicating with the triangles? Are we using custom data? Because custom data has to go through the CPU anyway. Custom data... Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, because custom data would have to be a CPU operation anyway, which kind of defeats the purpose of doing it just on the GPU. So the normal... Yeah, that's true. Whereas you just care about the geometry itself. Fancy. Is this to do like a fixed animation kind of thing? Like a plant growing or a blob jiggling? Or is it for like dynamic stuff? Do you want to do Naira mesh generation on CPU, GPU? They would all be GPU, actually. And you could use the dynamic parameter thing for your positions. Oh no, you only get 4 channels with that. Yeah, it might be worth looking into Niagara. And just spawning, you know, 1 million of these triangle static meshes. And then using... Yeah, because it can then feed directly into the material per particle kind of thing. As a memory, if you would know. It would be very cheap, yeah, because each particle is referencing the same mesh. Yeah, like I've done like if I just get the butterflies. Red butterflies example. Like, you know, a few million butterflies in Niagara. Oh lord, here they come. Wait for it. Yeah, Niagara's pretty crazy. How's performance? Oh, it doesn't drop me below 120 FPS. I think this is only a few 100,000. I use a 2080 Super and a Ryzen 3900X. Yeah, so these are just static meshes that are just animated using Vertex shader. Or like just a shader full stop. But I think there's only a few 100,000. And wait, how many zeros? No, maybe that's 1 million. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, so that's 1 million. So we could do like 10 million. And see if we chug a bit. Where did it go? Single draw call for the mesh? Yeah. Oh yeah, it doesn't even wanna. Oh wait, what is wrong here? GPU's incorrectly running polyglot data. Fix issue. Cool. Spawn burst 10 million. Is there maybe like a hard cap to how many you can... $2 million. 3, okay. Yeah, we're chilling. I think we're dropping below 60 FPS now, but that's probably because of depth pass stuff. 2.3 mil? I thought it was 2.3 billion. Like RuneScape max cash. Yeah, look at him go. What are you using for avoidance? Distance fields. Distance fields. I think that's the most performance. The most performant? Oh, you mean the reason it's chugging? Yeah, probably actually. Having 2 million things referencing distance fields, probably not too good for the whole shabam. I mean, I can do stat GPU. Oh, right, you can only spawn 2 million per frame. Gotcha. Render velocities. Keck W. Fucking anti-alias. Right, so if these weren't rendering to the velocity buffer, then we'd be chilling. And then obviously the base pass is going nuts because, again, it's depth pass and all that kind of shit. Joe, many butterflies does it take to make a fluid sim? At least 5. Depends how hard you grind them up. You just... You know what I mean? What? Also, Boom, how's it going? What was I doing? I feel like I got distracted. I feel like I was here for a reason. Right, I'm streaming. And I was doing something... Something item related. Something container related. Something PyCos related. We were doing PyCos. We were making a PyCos. We're trying to answer the question of what would win in a fight. A bear or a PyCos. Think a PyCos would? Yeah. I reckon as well. It kind of depends on the kind of bear, though. Like a grizzly bear, or a polar bear, or a koala bear. I think anything could take on a koala. Am I hungry? Or do I just want another coffee? I need to decide. I think I'll make another coffee. Another concentration juice. Concentration bean juice. And then we will Picos. I feel like we're getting somewhere with this Picos. Yo, it must feel so good to moo. I wonder how good it feels to moo when you're a cow. It's gotta feel so good. Probably feels so good to moo. Know what I'm saying? Legit though. I've heard some cows moo in my time and fuck, that sounds like it feels so good. Anyway, I'm gonna make a coffee. You guys are gonna wait. And then I am gonna return. Joe Good. Joe Good does it feel to moo? What's a Joe Good moo? About $2.50. Alright, BRB. Hello. Joe many liberals does it... Hold on. Joe many liberals does it take to change a log by bulb? Hell yeah. What a funny meme. What a great meme. You don't know Joe Many? Who's Joe Many? He leads me to make a double shot iced latte at 1:30 a.m. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Ooh, that's good. Where's my hairbrush? Hello. Wouldn't you like to jump? Must feel so good to move. Doesn't allow me to import the mesh. Check Discord. I will momentarily. Is it a shit meme? Ah, it's the right, truffle. Truffly duffly. Let's give it a gaze. Gotcha. All right. I'll do that on the I'll do that next stream, before next stream. Because I'll have to sign into everything. It's like, yeah, you know. Anyway, let's get back to Picos. Also, how do you make an iced latte? I guess if you use instant coffee, you can just... Yeah, true. That makes sense now. Or you've pre-coffeed. Coffeed. I love instant coffee. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Wait, but what about the iced? How do you make it iced? Ah, with ice. Yeah, that makes sense. I had this really... Well, my cousin used to be really dumb. I mean, maybe they still are, I don't know. But they once asked us, where do you guys keep your hot water? Or where do you guys keep your boiled water? It's like, motherfucker. It's in the kettle. It's in the damn kettle. Now I feel like that person, you know. Tell me you don't have a tub of hot water? Actually, technically we do. We have a big tank of hot water. I mean, most houses would, don't they? Or some would heat on demand, but that's like cringe. Can I swim in it? It is person-sized. You could actually fit in it, but you'd be trapped in there. You guys have water? Damn. It do be rough. And the people that don't know the difference between an iced latte and an iced coffee always annoyed me. Yeah, I hate those people. Yeah. Yeah, that's so... Yeah, I can't believe some people don't know the... don't even know the difference. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Or nice latte be like, where's the ice cream? Now I'm just even more confused. Now I'm just more confused. Isn't that a frappe? I'm so confused. See, I only ever work back of house. I've never been a front of house person or a bar person. I just do the food, man. I just do the food. Tell me what to cook, I'll cook it. Iced coffee has ice cream and a latte just has milk. Gotcha, gotcha. Does the iced coffee have milk and ice cream? Or just ice cream on a straight coffee? Coffee's coffee, no sugar should be added to it. Fight me. I'll fight you on that one. You should always add sugar and add milk. Yeah, milk A. What about milk B? Okay, so what's a frappe then? Is it something to do with like cream? Where you like mix the cream through it and on it. I don't fucking know. I'm so confused. Water, espresso, sugar, milk, ice, shaken. Oh, you put ice. Wait, is it? What's a frappuccino? What the fuck? I'm not even gonna... Blended with ice. Okay, yep. That makes sense. That makes it substantially different. Kofeve. Why is my nose so itchy? Fuck, people must think I do like cocaine or some shit. Because I'm always itching my nose. I just have really long nose hairs. In fact, I just have really long hairs in general. Long but sparse. You know? Like... I mean, I'm not gonna, like, show my chest hair off on stream. It's kind of weird, but, like... Let's get back to the Picos. Picos. Alright, where were we? We've got Picos static data, which defines... Wait, where'd the default go? Template. Where's Picos template? Oh, you're just chilling out in here for no reason. Why did you get moved? Show us? No. It's not safe for work. Maybe if you buy me dinner first, then I'll consider it. And no, that doesn't mean subscribe to the Twitch. Twitch chatters must be so confused. Why is it always YouTube chat? It's a little bit unhinged. Actually, we haven't had any, like, crazy YouTube chatters for a few days now. Right. All content, Prismatica, core, Picos static data, template, move here. There we go. Want some XD? Depends. Depends on the level of unhingedness. Although, to be fair, Twitch chat is kind of... Like, Rosie's a bit of a, you know, and Mars a bit of a menace. Like, in a nice way, you know. A wild card with boundaries. A wild card within terms of service. But then you get the YouTube people that are like just straight up weird. And I know not all YouTube chatters. I get it. Alright, where did I put the Picos? Core, Picos, da. Okay, so if we have backpack, we equip to back. Well, this is the old back. And it doesn't do the thing. Right. I said I was going to, we were going to start gutting stuff. Hello, big chicken. Which means we were going to get... Hello? Hey, big girl. How are you? Mm-hmm. Oh, no butts. You've been in the herb garden. What a funny girl. Mm-hmm. You gonna chill? Hmm? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Hello. Can I have a smooch? Hmm? Smoocher? You chilling? Alright, she's in chill mode. Very good. Why is my foot stuck in my blanket? There it goes. Okay, we're good. How would I create a sphere in Unreal? A proton with a neutron, make it have an attraction, then another ball, an electron orbiting it. Orbiting with mass? Or orbiting without mass? And by attraction, do you mean like an actual physical chaotic attraction? Or do you want it to look more organized? Time to gut all the container and item stuff. Lamau. Alright. Let's get destructive. Destruction. Alright, more protons and electrons make the whole periodic table in 3D. Gotcha. Yeah, it depends how you want them to be represented. So, for example, let me just go to map. You could do something like, let's just get the balls. Balls. No, what's the balls called? Prismatic balls? Okay, let's just make a new class. Content, blueprint class. This is of type actor. It's called balls. Balls bells. We are going to give this a ball, a sphere, add static mesh. Cool. This static mesh is going to be a sphere, which is of type sphere. Sphere. We're going to give it a material. Where's material? Material. It's going to have the Yeeto. No, it's called the balls. Charlie ball. Okay. So. Oh wait, that's overlay material. Hold on. No, we want the override materials. There we go. There we go. Okay. So what you could do to do a basic ball attraction is to have a overlap box, or a, what are they called? Collision? Sphere collision. You're using 5.3 worth upgrade from 5.1? Yes, I have been using it since it first dropped. I would recommend, cause if you're intending to stay up to date with Unreal 5, probably try and update every time, just because you're less likely to run into issues upgrading from, 5.1 to 5.2 and then 5.3, etc., rather than going from 5.1 to 5.4. It's best to kind of deal with tiny little you know, potential errors between upgrading the minor versions versus doing a big jump. In general, it's not always the case. But I guess then you do also run into the issue of sometimes the new versions are less stable. Like, you know, one of them introduces a new crash or something. But I've never run into that personally. I know some people have run into issues with like the newest versions. But it shouldn't really make much of a difference, honestly. But yeah, I like 5.3. I forget what it added, but I guess it really depends on the there you go. The features, you know, if you like any of the new features that got added and stuff. Like, I'll definitely be using 5.4 when it comes out, because it has the new character movement thingo, and that's exciting. So, attraction force. We want to, on sphere overlap, begin overlap, and then on stop overlap, we want to, other component, just have a thing. Mesh components. Other component, mesh component. Cast to mesh component. Cool. Do the same here. We want to add here. We want to remove here. Bam, bam. And then just on tick for each loop. We want to apply add force. Force is the location minus our location. So this should be the scene root. We want to subtract this. Wait, what would... If we are at 0, then we subtract the one that's ahead of us, and that will give us the... Yeah, towards us. And we want to normalize that. Normalize. What's normalize in place? Sounds dumb. And then we would want to get the distance as well. Get distance. No, sorry, get length. And just remap range, I guess. What's it called? Range. Map range. Oh! Girl. What are you doing? We'd want to get the sphere, get the radius. And use that as the maximum. I don't know if that's a scaled radius, but it doesn't matter. Sphere radius here. So if distance is 0, then this is 0. If this is that, and then this multiplied by the force, or the gravitational force, and then this multiplied by that. That multiplied by that into there. And now, if we simulate the ball, then we should be able to put multiple balls in our scene. And they may or may not attract to one another. Oh, maybe because they start... You know what I mean? They start overlapping. Oh god. Well, they're going to fall down. Are they going to attract? I guess we find out. Fuck, where'd they go? Okay, well, obviously not enough. But yeah, something like this should work. Potentially. Yeah. So we'd say gravity, enable gravity off. And then if I yeet this one into that one. Oh god, no, don't go up. Why? Why my thing? I'll do this. So now if we push this towards that one. Yeah, so now they're attracted to one another. And they should... Well, they're too heavy. Nope, here they come. Yeah. Oh, they're bumping. They're very heavy. So yeah, now they're in a binary orbit, I guess. Also ignore this overlapping with the thingo. Yeah, if I made these... Let's make them less massive. Mass kilograms, 100 kilograms. I wonder, can you do... How do you, like, deal with... Because, like, do these... Does overlap happen on begin play? It doesn't. Or can you do begin play get overlapping components with sphere? Get overlapping components. And just add them to this list. I can't be bothered. I can't cast an array, can I? Screw it, for each. Cast to mesh component. And just add them to here. Oop. And if not. It's fine. They can overlap with themselves, probably. Or not. Right, let's make these a bit smaller as well. But the... Okay, hold on. Sphere. Scale. Nope, not that. I want the the static mesh. But then this should be in world space. Oops. There we go. Right, now these balls should... Why is this not happy anymore? Oh, because we put the location in world. Now, why are they... why are they escaping us? It's so cursed. I think it's because they're self-thingoing. Let's just do an equals. If it equals this one, then do not. And then this to there. Nope, they still just want to go up. Why my thing go up? Why me? So anyway, this should all do a thing, but it's, yeah, very cursed, very cursed. Yo, that looks like a molecule right there. That's some... That's some weak force right there. Yo, new enemy? New enemy confirmed? Oops. Wait, why are they still... Eh? Why is that not moving with them? Sphere? Sphere. Location? Relative, rotation relative, scale world. It's definitely parented. Why are they not moving with? Well, YOLO. This feels to make them blobs. Yeah. But anyway, that would be the basics of it. Is just when they... So you'd have an overlap collision sphere. Which is, you know, your area of influence, which technically is infinite in, you know, gravity. Like, technically technically me as an individual has a gravitational pull on the sun, you know? But it's just very small. So you'd need to choose like a maximum influence thing. And then basically when it enters sphere of influence, you'll add it to an array of things that it is currently influencing. And then every tick, you will just pull it towards you using the sphere radius as like a fall off. So obviously when things get closer to one another, the pull is more. And then you just add force to those meshes. And then this is just an extra little bit. So we have this stream saved. Yeah, it'll be saved on Twitch for like 2 weeks, but it'll be on YouTube, in the YouTube live section of my channel forever. So if you want to look back at this and give it a crack, it will be right there. Oh good, oh good. Yeah, I've thought about this because some things in my game will have magnetic properties. So each thing will have to have a total magnesis value. And then if it is... Yeah. So, like, basically, if you have a giant magnet versus a character in full plate armor that's made of a magnetic metal, then they can get stuck to a giant magnetic ball, and then you could finish them off while they're stuck to the ball. But if they were wearing, like, copper armor or something, then it wouldn't work on them. Or if there were, this is probably a better example, right? If there was a battle going on, and a lot of people had already died, or were wounded, and they dropped all their weapons, so there's like 100 weapons just scattered everywhere, and then you threw, a magnet bomb that, like, after a timer does like a huge magnetic pulse, it would then yeet all the weapons towards wherever you threw it, and then those weapons would just, like, fuck up whoever, was near that. That would be very chaotic and funny. That's some Dune shit? Hell yeah. I need to see Dune 2. I still haven't seen it. Finish them off? There we go. There's YouTube chat striking again. Eh? Can I use this project for me? No complex surgery, just camera excuse me. I probably don't have time myself. Unless there was, like, millions of dollars up front in it for me, in which case I'd make time. But it probably wouldn't be too hard for someone to set up. At least, like, the kind of basics of it. Although I wouldn't be surprised if Unreal adds a kind of like gravity, or like a local gravity thing, because I know that they were changing gravity to be a vector in the new character movement system. So I don't know. How's that farming game you worked on going? Are you talking about Sunnyside, or are you talking about the crops that I was doing for Prismatica? That I was doing in Blender? Project for someone else? Oh, yeah, Sunnyside. I think it's going pretty well. I think they are in early access now. There we go. I forgot that that command still exists. But yeah, Rainy got sick for a few months after I stopped working on it. And so he was, like, basically out of action. So the whole thing kind of slowed down a bit. But He is alive once again, which is good. But I was modded on Nightbot? Yeah, true. True, true. Alright, let's get back to the Picos. So, I was going to start gutting everything. We're going to go to Core. We're going to go to Item Object. Item Object Base Class. And we are going to delete this. Yeah, I know it's still in use. Set item actor reference, set current quantity. I think all of this stuff is fine-ish. Alright, all of the container functions we can probably yeet now. Oh wow, this is gonna hurt. Search container for space. We can yeet. Yeah. Search sub-containers for space is literally just for each sub-container. Blah, blah, blah. So that's easy. Stackable is easy. Get sub-containers is anything that was a container that was contained. Don't need that because everything is a thing. Can item fit at coords? This is can fit at our coords. So that gets yeet. Get item at grid index, yeet. Container transform index to coordinate, yeet. This one, yeet. Is coordinate in bounds, yeet. Add item to container. We have a function for in the Picos. The socket index is not relevant. The grid index not relevant because it's now generic index. Split this item did get carried over. Wait, no, did it? Hold on. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, girl. No, I think this belongs on the item. Yes. Remove item from container is remove it from this, which we have already moved over. Get item dimensions map. We can yeet. Get all contained item list. Yeet. I'll keep this function, but we will change it because it will be Picos. Well, no, sorry, it'll get sub-contain. What's the container array? Container sub-object array. I'm going to rename that to container sub-object array entity. Container sub-object array. It's going to be called Picos container array. And then we would just say, hey, for each Picos container, get to be fair, this function should be on entity. Move to parent class. Can I not? Move to... Oh, no. Move to parent class, not delete. There we go. So then in get all contained items list, we have the Picos container array. For each Picos, we get items, get contained items. Does this mean get all contained items within just itself, or all contained items? Get all contained items list. Like, what was I using this for? I guess we'd have a boolean that says... like... go deep. girl. Hey, what's wrong with your eye? Mm-hmm. Where's the torch? There you go. You're good. Watch out. Create a full muscle motion for the 3D bodies. You need it. You know how in GTA, muscles actually flex. Create a real flexing muscles for 3D. I think you can do that in Unreal with a thing. I think they had a thing that they were doing for that. But no, I don't personally need that level of detail because Oh, where am I? Because my game's top-down perspective, so we don't get, like, that close in usually. 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 I think the Unreal one uses, like, deep learning or some shit. I can't remember. Rather than morph targets, but I actually can't remember. Some real cray-cray stuff. How would we want to... Oh, we need to recurse. We would need to recurge. So for each PyCos container array, get all contained items, yeet them into the all items thing. Yeah. But if we wanted to go deep, we would need to do... So the game mentioned real muscles, more people will buy it. That's true, that's true. Like, we actually simulate the muscles. Or do you mean like the like muscle bulging and deforming, or do you mean the actual like physical animation kind of stuff? How is... So what we would want to do is have the... Oh god, this is a... So if we go deep, what we want to do is we want to loop through each PyCos, and then in each PyCos... Oh, wait, hold... yeah, for each PyCos... we would need to stretch and bulging of the... Yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Actual physics would take hours. No, not just hours. It would take a year. Actually, probably wouldn't take that long. You just need to know the target. The target rotation and the current rotation, and just apply force. If you've already got the physics engine sorted. Okay, let me think. For this entity, get its PyCos container array, and then get its contained items, and add them to this, but then also get contained items. Oh god, wait, hold on. For each container on this entity, get all of its containers. For each container, get all of the items and put them here. But then we need to get the items. For each loop here, we want to get all contained items. And then this should recursively do this. Wait, but the order. We'd want to append first here. So that these come first. And then no. We'd want to append this, but before we do that, we'd want to add the item. Contained items for each item. We want to get the thing, but we need to include the item itself. Or the entity itself. Oh, is this... That one's all items. Well... Contained items. Yeah, no, that's fine, that's fine. And then append... There, get all contained items. Here. And that should give them in an order that kind of makes sense, but not really. And then when that's done, we have that. So that would then recursively get everything beneath the thing. Yeah. So this is just get first layer. And then this is get thing. We could even do like get how many layers deep. But I don't really see us needing to use that. What's wrong, big girl? Do you want to go outside? Alright, let's keep moving through this. So that was get all contained items list. We now continue on. Get percentage container full. I will copy that to the PyCos. PyCos base. Paste function, get percentage. Get whatever, yeah. And this would have to be overridden in other things. So that's just, yeah. You just now exist. Because we use that for things like sound and whatnot. Sound and also size. Update contain grid items list. We don't need that. Is container. We don't need that. Get socket data. That was... Yeah, we don't need that. Search container sockets for space. We don't need that. Because this was... Yeah, that's just literally search for space. Search container grid for space. Search container grid for stackables. Search container sockets for stackables. That's all genericized. Is socket suitable? That will be figured out somewhere else. And differently. Our external socket's being used. We don't care. Get contained item socket data. Don't care. Right. And now we have everything. Cool. Is contain an external socket. That won't even matter. Is contained in type, which again we don't need to know. We can just get the is contained in PyCos and query that and be like, should this be visible? Should this be blah blah blah? So that's fine. So we don't have to hard code that anymore. So this one is contained in blah blah blah. On items stored in container just does. But that's the old one. Yeah. That can be yote. Init containers is now init PyCos. If server. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, I wanted to do the initialization properly. Is container. Destroy all visible contained actors. Is that a property of the item? Not really. That's more a property of the container itself. Yeah. So that can be yeeted. Check if item should be visible, should be a property of the container. When it gets moved to and or from. Oh. Hey, excuse me. Oi. Thank you. Yeah. Where is... I might keep that one, but just rejig it. Rejigify. Update relevant UI is... Oh. Okay. Why is that on the item itself?
Oh, the owning actor. Hello, beautiful girl. All right, let's put you outside. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back. I just need to put this cat outside. All right, we're back. And the cats have been sorted out. So, Picos. Update relevant UI on item object. Why was it on item object? So this was doing get the highest parent container, which would now be Picos. Get or parentmost. Get parentmost container, which would then give us the parentmost Picos container, and then the entity itself. The parentmost Picos. So then in here, we'd be using this. We'd say entity. An entity doesn't have an owning actor, does it? Well, not always. Yeah, fuck this shit. Seebs. Just leave that for now. What else was the thing? Get visible item attachment location. This would be, again, determined by the thing, the container. So I feel like we just yeet that. Yep. Oh, no! I clicked on a thing that I just deleted. What the fuck? Luckily, I save every 5 seconds. Really need to stop yeeting things? No, I need to continue. I must continue. Sorry. Prismatica maps, grassy. Open these up again. Here we go. Item object. We were looking at a thing that got yeeted. Use pin. This was in get visible item attachment location. So this is get visible. Force unequip item. I'll keep that one on here. Well, actually, no, force unequip is literally just remove from container. So I feel like we don't actually need that. I will keep it, however. Where is this item? This, again, is irrelevant. So in here, get visible item attachment location. Get visible item attachment location. Yeet. That one's angry. This is on refresh containers, contained items visibility. That will be a function of the... Yeah, so you can kind of see why I'm refactoring this now, because it's very much... you know, if is an item is a container, if there is a valid actor reference, if thing is this, get all contained items for each of them, do this thing, should the item be visible, but unless it's like, you know, it's actually a nightmare. Because in this case, it's the item handling where it should be represented and whatever, which just isn't what I want to do. It should be the container saying, oh, we've got this item in us, and it's going to be attached at this point. Get yeet. Remove item from previous location is... now a PICOS, but it should just be that, because equipment is now a PICOS. So if this item get its PICOS that it's inside, then remove it. And this doesn't really get called very often. It's if we want to force something into another container. Like we just want to say, oh, this needs to be in this container. Whoops. We can just yeet it from where it previously was, and It's all good to go. Is this contained in an external socket? Don't care. Check if items should be visible. Again, that is just a property of the container now. One item removed from container. This is the old stuff. Which again, we don't need. On item. I mean, again, these should be getting only called from the containers themselves. Which is, yeah. So, these can get... Well, it's not that the functions are incorrect, because we might want the item to do something, but the... How long have you been working on Prismatica? 4 years? What do you mean? I've only been... I started Unreal Engine. I started GameDev 3 years ago, right? Oh no, maybe 3 and a bit. 3 and a bit. But I've been working towards Prismatica for 3 years. It was 2020. True, but it was like late 2020. But yeah, it's just a learning experience, you know. I'm just becoming the best game developer that I can possibly be. Can I update the stuff that is Jotun? Let's just yeet that shit out. What's wrong with math floor now? I mean seal. Nothing? I don't know. What do you mean? Something different? Oh, right. True. Yeah, I always floor things. Or, actually, no, I round things. Alright, so, if I hit play, we shouldn't be able... Save all. There we go. Hit play. Nice. This is good. Item temperature. Okay, why are you unhappy? Because container is no longer real. Because this would then, yeah, container equilibrium, blah, 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 blah. Which would then have its internal and its da-da-da-da-da. Let's just not. There we go. True. Let's not even worry about temperature, obviously. Yeah, C++ is high performance, but rarely enough to matter. Prismatica is also a big fan of fast iteration of blueprints and pretty colors. That's right. I do love the colors. How did you survive the spraying? Moth? Yeah, I may in the future do a little, you know, moving some stuff to C++, but for the most part, everything is transient. PyCos time is also faster than compilation time. Wait, what's PyCos with a Y? About $2.50. It's PICOS. So pronouncing it with a Y? What do you mean? I can be I. It's literally how the letter is, you know, is pronounced. It's not the letter I. Sing the alphabet. A, B, K, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Op. Sally, hello. I need your stream. I want to upgrade my PC for quality work in 4K. Currently using 1650 for Blender, so my upgrade is i4 4th gen with a 4070. Ooh. Yeah, that'll be great. That would be perfectly fine for 4K. As in, like, displaying 4K resolution. Or, like, using a 4K monitor? Or do you mean for rendering 4K footage? Or working with 4K video footage? I guess it kind of scales up the same, because if you're doing 3D stuff in 4K, it has to render 4K in real time and whatnot. 4K rendering, gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's like 2 generations above my computer, and mine runs great. All right, equipment component. We can remove you from the living bean. No, it's on character. Or is it? No, it's on humanoid. Anyway, mostly environment, product animation. Yeah. Yeah, I think those specs are very good, very suitable. No, is that just on the player character? It is. Get rid of you. Alright, we're getting into the meaty potatoes. The meatful potatoes. Generic equipment component. Well, we don't care about this stuff because we just don't care about it because it's no longer real. Alright, what else is broken? Item interaction component. Yeah. A lot of that's gonna be not happy. But that shouldn't matter. Let's just go to player character and just get the item interaction component and just yeet it. Which we'd still need to... If I just do... No, because we could call these from anywhere. If I just do that... And just... Now that's gonna have an error. Oh god. On God. Oh, where'd the sidebar go? Oh, fuck it. Oh god. Should I just delete this? I feel like I want to just delete it. Is there anything useful in here? Aside from everything. It's really just how to... What animation to play. I mean, this would all need to get moved to an object anyway. We don't like components for actions, because this would need a virtual as well. We also wouldn't need to do all this stuff. It would literally just be from container to container. And we also wouldn't need all the queuing stuff, because the queue would be a gope action. Let me just unhook the function inputs. Just so I can, reference in the future. In the future. Also, where is this item? Should not... Right, it's unhooked. Very good. Alright, what else needs... Attack basic charge. That is... Right, that was just test stuff, so that's fine. Yeet. Context storage options. Yeet. Yeet. Very good. Sure, guys, would you think it would be possible to make vertex info grayscale only to an alpha channel of a combined texture? Yes. In Blender, yes. You can... I don't know if it's a default thing, but you can bake vertex color to a texture. And you can also bake a texture to vertex color. Although, maybe not add it to the texture in place, but you could make a grayscale image of the texture and then composite it to the other texture using the composite thing. 3P item attach socket. Oops, why are you angry? Because we checked space for payload, blah, 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 and that's all fine. Wait, was that... Okay, well, we are now alive. We also don't have any hair. Why don't we have hair? Because I think hair is technically a piece of equipment. You know? Or at least it went through the equipment. Want to have limbs equipment at that point? It's not a bad question. Especially if you're gonna add and remove limbs. But currently limbs are a property in the current iteration. So a limb is just a property with health. You know, health, pain, blah, blah, blah. The only thing about that is that limbs would then be... Well, we'd need to deal with nested entities rather than nested items. Which means that all... it basically means I'd have to start doing... what's it called? I have to start doing a thing that I don't want to do. I'd have to start using interfaces, basically. Or just, like, basically writing a getter function on entities for basically every possible variable, you know? What's wrong with interfaces? They're just a pain in the ass. I mean, honestly, I could do nested entities, but then... Whoa, we got some interface fanboys in the chat. Interfaces not even once. Yeah, casting master race. That's also just a joke. Much like people that use interfaces are a joke. No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Interfaces from hard reference hell? Yeah, I guess, but when do you ever need to hard reference anything in the first place, you know? So doesn't actually have interfaces like Unreal Engine can't have. Yeah, exactly. Isn't an interface just a cast to an intermediate object? Or an intermediate class? It's new class inherits. Yeah. Yeah, so the interface just exists as a middleman. Usually you don't need to cast. Yeah, exactly. An abstract class. Gotcha. Why am I floating? Oh, is it because I'm near the edge of the map and there's a big shitty thing? Yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, okay, yeah, so we were talking about limbs. If I was going to do limbs as limbs being a container, then limbs could just be an item. And those items have the properties, because every item has a simulation property manager. Which isn't a bad idea. Not a bad idea. You can have a limb socket. If we wanted to have interchangeable limbs and detachable limbs. Because then the... Because then the limbs could just get their owning entity, which is the character. And then use its, and then get its simulation property manager. So then if limb is bleeding, if limb has injury, then, you know, link to the blood of the character overall and deduct its blood. And the character could, you know, the character's consciousness, I mean, the character probably directly owns the head anyway, but I don't know, it's not too important. Anyway, what was I doing? Right, I can now click play. That's fantastic. Although we're getting really angry because we are trying to do something over and over again, and it is not happy. Some all equipped items wait. That makes sense. Character wait. And you are trying to get equipment thingo, but that doesn't exist. So, YOLO. Any other things? Register to slot. This can get Jotun. Alright, we are now a naked boy. Or a naked lady, in this case. Stop looking. Right, so now that everything is yeeted, we just have to now do everything again. Now all we need to do is everything. So, let's go back to the Picos. We have Picos static data. Why are you redoing everything? It's a huge chain of refactors. I think the initial refactor was the action system. Okay, so the chain of refactors was, let's get paint open. I've already got paint open. So let me just save this one. Alright, so. The first thing was the PLSS, which is the Prismatica Large Scale Simulation System. Which is, we want characters, or we want everything, to exist in a virtual state when their actors are unloaded. Which a lot of stuff already does. For example, the items are just an object, a U object, which has all of their data, and the item actors are just a shell that, you know, exist in the world, but they just reference the item stuff. And the reason that they were already like that is because items, when stored in a container, are just a U object. So while they're not rendered, they're still doing things? Exactly. So this was the root cause. So this by itself, pretty easy. In fact, this doesn't even have any code yet, because we have a big chain of refactors to do. So the first thing that we refactored was the action system. So actions previously were components that would exist on a character actor, or an item actor, and it had a start function, an end function. There's an action manager that tells you what the current action is, and it deals with like interruption and queuing and forcing of actions, all that kind of stuff. Kind of like gameplay ability system, but we had it with components. Components. I thought components were really cool at the time, until I discovered the beauty of nested U objects, or just linked U objects, pointers and shit, which is essentially what a component, an actor component, is in Unreal, but it has like a hard requirement of being linked to an actor, which, because of this, So yeah, anyway, initial refactor was moving all of the actions to an object-based system, which you can see we can now do actions, we can jump, and we can dodge, and we can attack, and we can dodge roll, and we can, ragdoll and fall over and shit. Ooh, that was tight. However, I then needed to deal with the equipment system. Because we need to be able to read actions from the items that we equip. So, sword has the sword light attack action, and we need to add that to our Prismatica action object system list. But the equipment system was a component. So I was like, okay, let's make an equipment system, entity equipment manager object system, which was going to be called PEMS. Prismatica equipment manager system or something. But then we like thought about it for more than 1 second, and we were like, you know what? An equipment system is just a character. It's a character's container. Like a character has a bunch of container slots. So this is where Picos comes in. So we kind of killed two birds with one stone by combining equipment and containers. So previously there was item object, And every item object had an array of contained item objects, which most of the time would be empty. But the functionality of the container was like hard tied to the item object itself. Which means that if we, for example, wanted a cart, which might be a vehicle entity or something, if we wanted it to have storage space, we'd have to have a dummy item called cart storage item, which could then contain the things in the cart, which I didn't like. And then also, as I started to add more kind of container types, we'd have to add a bunch of conditions and stuff to the item object. For example, let's say we've got a backpack. It's a or a briefcase, some kind of fucking pack. It might have a grid container in it, which stores things, you know, inventory Tetris. So it's like a spatial thing. But then we might also want it to have a slot on either side of it so that you could store, you know, an item, a particular item, regardless of the size of the item. So maybe you could put a bow on the side of your backpack, or you could put a sword, and then maybe down here, you know, at the bottom of the pack, you could attach, you know, a bedroll. And so now we had this extra kind of conditional functionality where it's like, we have this slot, and these things can go in this particular slot for this particular item, and it's just a big fucking disaster. And then there could also be like, we have this weapon, and it needs a battery, or like something that's just a, you know, like a slot. So regardless of the size, it can just put a thing in it. But that would be internal to that item. So, or we might want something that had multiple internal slots that could only have particular things in it. So like, for example, a furnace. You might be able to put your fuel in this one and your ore in this one, as an example. And again, that would be another just weird condition that, like, a weird functionality, or unique functionality. So the idea of PyCos is that each subcontainer of an item, or an entity, in fact, is just its own object, which just has a generic add item at index, remove item from index, remove item, can item fit, is item allowed, blah, 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 blah. And it's the PyCos, I call them PyCos, which is Prismatica item container. Prismatica item container object system. But it's also a joke. Like, what would win in a fight? A bear or a PyCos? And then the person asks, what's a PyCos? And you say, about $2.50 from the bakery. Ha 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 ha. You know, it's funny. It's funny. But now people ask, what's PyCos? Like, what's PyCos that you're talking about? And so then I can just repeat that joke. And I will repeat that joke for the next million years. So now I just refer to a subcontainer as a PyCos in all of the code. So, for example, a character a character, like definition of a character, will have a list of PyCos static data, which is just data assets, which defines a PyCos class and some extra shit, extra variables and whatever. And then on initialization of the entity, we initialize all of the PyCos. So for a character will have one PyCos for each equipment slot that they have. And each of those equipment slots will have, you know, allowed item tags and whatever. So for example, a human would have a human head PyCos or humanoid head PyCos slot, and a chest one, and the gloves, and the whatever, one for each hand. And that would have allowed tag, like it would have a tag whitelist for, you know, helmet or helmet humanoid type or something. But then a lizard man would have the same conditions on the chest, but not the head. The head, you know, like lizard people could only wear specific lizard person helmets or open-faced humanoid helmets, for example. And maybe a humanoid or a human could wear a lizard person helmet, but it would just look dumb as fuck. And so this is why we give the containers their own logic and whatnot. And then we can also do stuff like this backpack has 4 PyCos. One of them is a internal grid storage, and 3 of them are external grid storages. But we can then say, we can give them their own exclusions and inclusions, and other conditions and whatnot. So that's sort of the gist of it. So that just in the future, as I add more container types, for example, like a volumetric container. So like a bottle would have a volumetric container type that can hold a volume of substance or volumetric items. So like it can hold water, or it can hold sand. And water or sand can't just exist like by themselves, you know, they have to be in something or on the ground, but that's a different thing entirely. Or you could do half sand, half water. Or you could do 99% water and 1% very lethal poison. So, you know, it's this is the current refactor in the refactor chain. Which is technically refactoring 2 things at once, which is equipment and containers, because decidedly they're the exact same thing. And then once this is done, we can then return back to the action system now that we know, you know, now that we can re-equip items. And then when we equip items, we add the actions. And when we remove the item, we remove the actions. And then once that is done, we can start doing AI again. And then AI kind of ties into this, or can tie into this. Backpack is the same container, not a water container. I think there'll have to be like a kind of, I think everything will need a volumetric container on it. Because like if you've got a bottle full of water in your backpack, but then that bottle explodes, then all of that stuff should leak into the backpack. But then obviously a liquid would seep through the backpack if the backpack wasn't watertight, depending on its water resistance, like from the rain and shit. So if you had a bottle of highly flammable oil in your backpack, and you then did a dodge roll and broke that flammable oil vessel, then you would be leaking flammable oil from your backpack, and it would soak the backpack. And then if you did another dodge roll and your armor scraped against the rock and created sparks, then you'd probably die. Which I think would be hilariously funny if if someone's playing the game and they have a bunch of flammable oils in their backpack and they're just like, haha, I'm just gonna dodge roll, you know, up this hill, up this cliff face, and then they end up just catching on fire. I think that would be very confusing, but also funny. I think that would be a WTF moment. They're just, spontaneous combustion. And yeah, they submit a bug report and I laugh. Exactly. I really want to do, I mean, I'll have to be doing it for the PLSS anyway, but like a human readable event log, such as character A caught on fire because of flammable liquid that, you know, appeared after broken container in backpack. Because then because then you could do some real funny telemetry, like congratulations, you are the first person to do this specific thing, this specific chain of events that caused this action. You are the first player to die of ingesting, you know, urine, ingesting cat urine. Reminds me of No Man's Sky. Planets would actually rotate, have their own day and night cycle because of it. People had a base, left the planet, came back, and the base wasn't there. So the base was just on the other side of the planet. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's lit. I definitely think having an in-game bug report option would be really handy, because you could then have them send through the event log with like a scope, so like, you know, relevant to my character or relevant to other characters, and then you could just debug it from text. I think the main funny thing is that none of the, or like very little of the properties are actually like player visible as like an absolute value. So like a player might just be carrying, you know, nitroglycerin through the desert and all of a sudden they just fucking explode. Or even they might have just picked up a container of unidentified substance, and they'd be like, oh yeah, I'm going to take this to, you know, into town and get someone to identify it. And on the way there, they just fucking explode. Because they were, you know, because it was too hot. Very funny, very funny. Take better care of your Picos next time, noob. Exactly. Now they have a trauma modifier for unidentified liquids? Yeah, basically. Yeah, now your character will become panicked when they are carrying an unidentified substance. I mean, I think of cats dying of alcohol poisoning. Yeah. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress moment. All right, so where was we? So let's talk eyelids. Are they Picos? No. But you do raise a good point about the limbs. Although it wouldn't be a difficult refactor. Because, like, if you think about it, wheels are the limbs of a wagon. You know? Wow, it's so deep. Hmm. Do I need to stew on this for a little bit? Like, not that in particular, but just like this refactor. So legs are the wheels of a human? Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, the wheels of a wagon influence its speed and its blah, blah, blah. Are the arms the swords of the torso? I mean, like, literally. Are arms the swords of the torso? I mean, when you think about it, let's say we do prosthetic limbs, right? And that limb has a fucking gun attached to it, or a crossbow attached to it, or it's got like a knife or something. Does that change the moveset? Like, it could. Which would be easier if limbs were an item. People accidentally unequipping their left leg. Yeah, Kenshi moment. But no, you do... It is actually a good point. Like, it's a good question to ask. Because I'm just thinking to genericize things. It would also solve the can I cut off someone's arm and then hit them in the face with it. Because then a limb would just be an item, which could have a when equipped moveset and a when attached moveset. Because, yeah, then you could beat someone to death with their own arm. Can you cut off the arm at the elbow? See, that's where it starts to get a bit funkalicious. Is it then part of the item? Well, you could do... Oh, we're getting into fucky territory. Because then it's like... the hit body section stuff. Like skeleton arms in Zelda. Yeah. Exactly like that. Does that mean that every body part is an item, including the head? Maybe. Because currently the limbs of the character are completely abstract, or like they're completely virtual. They just exist as a property of the player, or as... they just exist as a property of the character. They don't actually own any properties. Properties can just get linked to them. But if they were their own items, then they would have their own property manager. Put an extra liver in one of my kidney slots? Yeah. Well, like, the thing is that the humans of this world, or the humanoids of this world, are very... they have greater physical capabilities than we do. Greater physical potential. So they can basically be resuscitated from being dead, or they can reattach limbs, or they could, you know, have spiritually cybernetic limbs using their internal anima to possess things that are made of a particular substance, particular metals. I mean, it sounds kind of lit. And it would actually solve some some edge cases, like having to create dummy objects for detached limbs. Which we could even then... okay, let's talk. Let's keep talking about it. The horns of an animal. The horns are... an item. They could be an item. That can be chopped off without the animal being dead, right? You could chop it off in combat and then pick it up and run away with it, you know? And sell it or craft it into something. At which point, it's like, if the horn is just a property until it is removed, is unequipping an arm really just crafting an arm and a man missing an arm? I don't know. I think you'd only be able to unequip an arm if it was a mechanical arm. You wouldn't be able to just unequip a biological arm without an operation. In fact, you'd probably have to operate to attach. No, I guess if you're just projecting into the mechanical arm, it technically doesn't need to be. No, because it would need to directly. It would need to directly interface with the third organ. With the magic organ. Although people can... Oh, I mean... So the people have glands on their fingertips that essentially... They're kind of like little finger buttholes. But not really. They're not like holes, but they're like... they have pads on their fingers that, like, directly interface to their second heart. But if you were going to do an entire arm, then you would have to directly link it, yeah, via an operation. Unless you installed a proxy, like an interface, like a stump, an interface stump. You know what I mean? Like, oh, my arm got amputated, and I'm just fucking bleeding out everywhere, and now my arm has, you know, it's healed. It's healed over, but now I can install a biomechanical, a magimechanical interface, which can then accept interchangeable arms, you know? But maybe that would come at a performance cost. Whereas directly yeeting an arm, like a mechanical arm, into your body would be more efficient, but would require an operation when, like, to attach it. You know what I mean? Have two systems of reattachable items, an arm, and non-reattachable items struck and meat from a cow carcass. Well, it wouldn't be two separate systems. It would just be a tag, like an allowed items list, you know? And then because Picos, it's all coming back to the fucking Picos. Because Picos, you could just insert a condition into the thing. That's like, oh yeah, you know, this slot can contain meat, or it can contain internal organs. But if you try to put internal organs back into this thing, it's not gonna, like, they're not gonna function. They're gonna have a flag set that says, you've literally just stuffed the internal organs back into this corpse. Because, like, you could kill a person and a cow, take out all of their organs, and then put all of the cow's organs in the person's
cavity. But it doesn't mean that they're going to work. Like, you're just using the person as a container to carry around a cow's organs. You know, and you could put the person on your backpack. Or, like, you could carry the person around and use them as a backpack. It's so unhinged. Is the game Cyberpunk or medieval? Kind of both at this point now. It's kind of like crystal punk medieval. It's like grounded medieval fantasy vibes. So there isn't really like magic, but the people in the world are kind of, you know, they can like maybe kind of use like the force quotations. But they can't just like shoot fire, you know. But there are substances in the world that can, you know, when powered by force, can produce things or do things. So, like, you could have a weird crystal that goes really cold when it's, you know, in contact with the juice. So you could, like, chuck one of them in your backpack and it would keep everything in the backpack cold. So you could, you know, you could ship milk through the desert. Because, like, there's a big demand for milk in the desert because they don't have cows. So you could make money by following the Great Milk Road from the Darkwood regions into the Lightwood regions, or the Outlands to the Inlands, because the sun is at the middle of the world. So, like, the further away you get, the colder it is, and also the darker it is. So there's a road called the Great Milk Road, where they cart ice from the outer regions. They pick up milk from the green regions, and then they transport it into the desert using the milk and the ice. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm fucking saying? The fucking world building. World building. Although all of the world building is, all of it's based on puns. The whole, like, everything in the world is based on a stupid pun initially. Like fishermen, like so, like, there's all these the world's made up of all these different planes, like tectonic planes that, you know, it's like flat universe. And in between them are these gigantic, like, fissures, right? Where it's, like, all exposed stone and minerals and whatever. And so the people that, you know, they rappel down, and they have these, like, because there's some stones that float upwards because of, you know, there's, like, inverted gravity matter and shit. So they have these, like, big upside down nets, and they, like, mine stuff and just let it, you know, fall upwards into the net and whatever. Anyway, so they're called fishermen, but it's like Fissure men, which is like a pun on, like, fisherman, like, as in Fish, you know?
And I came up with that idea because I was like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if, like, there were people called fishermen? Same with the Great Milk Road. It's like, yeah, it's Silk Road, but it's Milk Road. What? Huh? Huh? Why is the... What do you mean the stream's dead? Is it fine on... It's fine on YouTube? What the fuck? Oh, it's back. Wait, did it, like, disconnect? Like, did it show the guy? Did it show the man? So the blue restream banner. Restream banner? Huh. Maybe Restream went down. Or maybe my connection to Restream was interrupted. Looks like everything's fine. Still got Twitch, we've still got YouTube. Eh. Well. Screen with... Okay, with the guy... Yeah. Cool. Anyway, what were we talking about? We're talking about using a human corpse as a container for carrying pig organs around. Right? Twitch servers didn't like your part. Yeah. So limbs as items. That's not a bad idea. You could then even do, like, hands. Hands as a sub-item of arm item. You know what I mean? So you could then just cut off a hand, which would remove it from the arm item, but the arm item would stay attached to the thingo? Shit. This is a tough one. Hey Tony, or Hey Thony. Hey Thinny. What modeling software do you use? Maya, Blender, C4D, or Max? I use Blender. I love and hate Blender. But I feel like I would hate and hate any other software. Yeah, Blender's great, mainly because it's free. But it also just does a lot of things, which is also like its downfall. You know, it's not a specialized tool. So it casts a wide net with many holes. But for something like just 3D modeling, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Do you have a master blend file for item types? I have multiple Blender sessions for different things. So there's like a weapons session. There's, you know, a props. All my prop sessions are broken into what asset pack they're repurposed from. Because I do a lot of harvesting. Blender helps build character. Indeed, it does. It does. Have you thought about sending SGF trailer for the game? SGF. SGF. What is SGF? Summer Games Fest. I will when there is enough content to make a trailer. We're in a very much like back end only phase at the moment. But essentially I say this all the time, but the aim is to program a game that makes itself. So it requires a lot of back end, which will eventually need to be filled with content, but that should be relatively easy once everything is sort of formatted. I need to learn more about such on the normal verbiage for those types of collections. By session, I just mean like a blend file. So like, if I double click on the session, it will open up Blender and, you know, have all of the things there. Do you plan to insert muscle fetish into your game? Yes. It will be a preference for characters that will influence their opinion on other characters. Opinion of other characters. Probably. Probably. Also, this is taking ages to load. So it's already posted here. Unreal's now in the new pricing for 5.4 onwards. GameDev is not affected. Hell yeah. Yeah, they were doing the... What's it called? All their ArcViz and... What's it called? Virtual production. They were changing that, weren't they? Blog. Here we go. They've got some nice thingers. Here we go. You can continue using any previous version under the existing licensing terms. Don't have to purchase seats unless you upgrade to 5.4 or later. But yeah, I think the seats is only for virtual production because there was no way for them to monetize. There was no way for them to like get money from Disney, you know, or like because they weren't creating a product that ran with the Unreal Engine runtime. Also, why won't this load? Why is the Unreal Engine site so bad? Come on, man. Most creatives non-game projects whose company revenue is less than 1 million USD per year, Unreal Engine will be free to use. And you get to motion and reality capture 2. Over that threshold, you need to purchase annual subscription seats at $2,000. Makes sense. There's no change for game devs. Your first 1 mil USD in revenue is still royalty free. Yep. Nice. PogChamp. Alright, sounds reasonable. I was gonna say Unreal, just pay what you level, but it's loaded, yeah. Yeah, why was I loading this again? I was just showing the marketplace assets that I've harvested. And prismaticized. And optimized. Yo, the cart, the wheels are what did I say before? The wheels are the feet of the legs of the cart. Yo, mega scans. Any mega scanners? Nice quarry. Yo, nice wood. Any foliage? Nice. Do you think the price per seat will affect large companies when hiring Unreal artists for virtual production? I don't think so. I think for a company that large, it'll be like a minor cost in the grand scheme of things. I can see it for like I guess like a small indie company that just makes $1 million of revenue per year. It might be a factor. But yeah, I don't know. I'm also curious how it works with contractors. Like, let's say I'm a contractor and I get hired for, like, 2 weeks work to do some virtual production related things. Do I buy the license so that then when I do contract work, do you know what I mean? It might say that in the blog post, but it's like, if I'm going around doing work for multiple companies and I make less than $1 million per year doing virtual production, do I need to then buy a seat? Or if a company buys a seat for me to then do work on their project, if I then go to another company, then they'd have to buy a seat again for me, because the company would own that seat. I don't know. That's tough. I guess it would depend on who bought the seat. Because if a company bought a seat and then got me to do some work, and then later on got someone else to do some work within the same year, they could probably just use that seat. You know? Whereas if I bought the license, then the company wouldn't need to have a seat for me to do work on the thing, but I would probably charge a what's it called? I would probably charge an extra upfront cost and be like, oh yeah, you know, pay for 50% of the per seat cost because I've bought one myself. And then if I worked at more than 4 companies per year, I'd make 2 seats worth of extra fee. I don't know. This new pricing result of the Warner Bros. Matrix 4 deal seems like it went real south. Yeah, I figure. Also, just like, you know, like, all of the virtual production, companies like, you know, that work on like Mandalorian and all that kind of stuff that used Unreal to do their real-time backdrop stuff. It's like they don't have to pay anything because they're not shipping anything that uses the Unreal runtime. They're using Unreal Engine in the background of something that they're filming. So I think it's really just to solidify how they gain revenue from using Unreal Engine for auxiliary purposes other than games. Reckon they buy a bunch of seats for freelancers, have a monthly cancel, or freelancers don't get this work anymore, you know? Yeah, I think they just have to, they just buy the seat for the freelancer and just rotate them, you know? So it's like, oh, we've got 10 people working on this thing. We need to get one more person in, so we're going to buy another seat. And then now we've got 11 seats, and, you know, if we lose, or, you know, 5 people stop working on it, and another 3 people come in, then we've got 3 seats free, and blah, blah, blah. So it'll essentially just be like, if you've got 10 people working in Unreal Engine on your film production, then it will be $20,000 per year, which, if you're working on a film production, $20,000 is like fucking food for one day's shooting. You know, it's like catering for one day of shoot. So I think for something as big as, you know, as big as using Unreal Engine for creating the entire fucking thingo, for the entire film, it's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. Factor that in. Get factored. As a brand not apply to 5 more. Yeah. That was it. I mean, like, that would have been there by default, but I think clarifying that in the post is a good PR move, because, like, just like reinforcing that, yes, the terms of service applies to that version of the engine that you're using, not to, you know, not subject to change. Yeah, especially considering the Unity. That was so dumb, that whole thing. That was hella dumb. Fuck, I better make a video real quick being like, Unreal 5.4 pricing changes, question mark, exclamation mark, with one of these faces, soy face. Rake in those free views. And then just spend 20 minutes reading through the blog post word for word. And just rack up those views, you know? Don't add any context or anything, just regurgitate. Hell yeah. Don't get that remaining in the background of the thumbnail. Yeah. Exactly. Anyway, what's a Picos? What is a Picos? Dollar bills on the thumbnail. No, it'll be called Unreal Engine now costs how much? Question mark? Red text. And then have a dollar sign and then some like mosaic blurred number. That's YouTube right there. That's some real tubing. Yo, any tubers in the chat? Boom, 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 boom. Unreal Engine no longer free? Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's the one. Actually, you know what? If I look on YouTube, there's probably some people that have already pulled that one. Not yet. Not yet. Give it a couple of hours. Go into my sub already. Fuck. Jesus. Anyway, I will be right back. I'm going to make a bit of food. I might cook some toast real quick. So, BRB, and then more Picos.
Hello, hello. I'm back. I spend the majority of videos talking about how Unity did it, then talk about random shit unrelated, then say, well, when it boils down to it, guys, it looks like it won't be affecting indies. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments below. Fuck. Gonna lay down, have a good rest of the stream. Might rejoin on my iPad after a few YouTube videos. So yeah. We'll probably wrap up soon. I feel like I've got a lot of thinking to do before I continue onwards. Not just about the limb stuff, but just in general. Also, Unreal Engine subscription pricing announced, but don't panic. It sounds like something Games from Scratch would post. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's the one.
At Game from Scratch, and Unreal Engine is moving to a new subscription-based pricing system, but don't panic. Don't worry. Most of you are not going to be impacted by this at all. Some of you are actually going to benefit from this, as we will see in just a moment. But yeah, there's 1 million in subscription model coming soon, but really that new. I covered this back in October.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, here we go. I work for one of the largest oil fields in the world. And we, the architectural team, are using Unreal for visualization and some pedestrian simulation for our proposals and safety studies. We're using Unreal 100% for free. That's right. So it really comes down to this. Disney will pay more, which supports more free tools for it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's 1 million USD, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, nice. Cool. That was quick, though. That was very quick. That's why I got ice cream. I didn't do toast, I did the opposite. I did frost. Wait, where did the Twitch chat go? Why did it refresh? But why is the YouTube chat there? I'm so confused. Very weird. Very weird. Anyway, so I was thinking, which is very rare, but I was thinking that do I want to do I want to allow nested entities rather than nested items? It wouldn't require any extra refactoring. Well, very little. If we do it now. I feel like it could be a... You know what I mean? Because, like, a character is kind of just an item. When you think about it. A human person is just an object. So, like, if we wanted to put a person in a barrel, then... That's the thing, right? You can put a bunch of items in the barrel, but you could also put a person in the barrel. Which means we'd have to... I mean, again, we could make a character or living being proxy item for that kind of thing. But it's like, why not just add the functionality to be stored and nested to entity itself? Now picturing we play the game from a picture of a stove with the body considered a tool. I mean, yeah. Basically. Well, kind of. Because the character's brain, heart, and other third major organ, which is like the soul organ, are all represented as properties. This is a tough one. I feel like it would be beneficial. Especially for, like, overworld stuff. For PLSS. Because, like, let's say you've got a cart, which is an entity. And on that cart, there is some barrels. And also some people sitting on the cart. But then there are also some people in the barrels. Or a person in the barrels who's like a stowaway. But then the barrels fall off the cart. It means we never have to transfer the ownership or like the parent of the character. Do you know what I mean? And then I'm also thinking about like squads. Although squads is kind of different. But like we could use kind of the same logic. Because like let's say a squad or an army is navigating in, you know, virtually. We wouldn't want to navigate all of them individually. We just want to say, hey, here's this army object, which has a bunch of character entities that are parented to it. And just that army object moves or does the navigating. Chill stream today? Yeah, it's been pretty chill. I've gotten a lot done, I think. But we're currently doing a bit of thinking.
Please keep arms and legs inside the barrel at all times. And if they don't, then we unparent the arm item, or the arm entity. Can we get away from the how the hell do I do X thoughts for a bit and find you having how the hell do I do X thoughts? It's not how, it's more do we do, or why do we do. I'm having why thoughts, not how thoughts. Or how will I do this? While I eat ice cream and berries. I do really like the idea of limbs being Picos. Or being items. But if we then make entities the class that implements the, you know, storage stuff. I mean, it kind of already is anyway. It's just that entities don't have an item size, which we could easily just add to their data asset. But then it's like item static data. Does it need to be reparented to like an entity static data class? Which can then define the grid inventory size. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Especially just for the memes. We could even do like we could even give we could give containers a humanoid storage thumbnail pose. So like if you put someone in a barrel, then it will auto-generate a thumbnail of that character in the, like, fetal position stored in a barrel pose. You know? Or like a coffin. They'd be like... You know what I mean? Fuck. Or we could just do a scene capture in real time and just simulate physics on a a character in the barrel, and as the barrel moves around you see the thing jiggle around. That's dumb. That's dumb. I mean, you'd still be able to see them in the barrel until you close the lid on the barrel. Which would be, that functionality would be defined by the Picos. Now the main the main concern, like the main issue would be that if we allowed entity storage, it would no longer be PyCos, it would be PCOS. Unless I can find a different name for I, like Prismatica internal container object storage. Object system, sorry. Or inherent container object system. Internal entity. That's actually my main concern at this point. Inheritable, yeah, true. So then what's the difference between a character and an item? Not much. I guess their actor class is different. Kind of. Philosophical AF. Let me go to my to-do list real quick. Die a mock. Do any of you get that meme? Oh, let me find it. Anyway, not worth explaining. Okay, so today's to-do list. This will be for tomorrow's to-do list. Humans are objects? Question mark. But you chose Prismatica after realizing P makes the best acronym. Yeah, exactly. Acronomy. Whatever's going on in the Baldur's Gate 3 inventory under the hood is wild, stacking bodies inside backpacks, etc. Yeah, see, that's like... That's basically the question we're asking. Is do we put the ability to be stored? Because any entity can have storage. But they can only store items. But an item is an entity. So why don't we just move the ability to be stored to the entity class rather than the item class? That way we can store characters, vehicles, anything inside containers if we wanted to.
in a physical and an abstract sense. So, like, maybe an army is a container for the sake of, like, moving characters in the overworld. We literally just store all of the soldiers in a 10 soldiers to a squadron, 10 squadrons to a battalion, 10 battalions to an army. You know? And then just move the army around the map, rather than all the other things individually. Characters will be stored in a container. There'll be limits to the size of the container they can be stored in, like impossible characters. Yeah, because we use a spatial inventory. So like a grid inventory. So if they were a small character, you could fit them in, a box of the same size. I mean, we also deal with like slotted things. Like an equipment slot doesn't care about the size of the item it's equipping, like the inventory size. It just accepts it as is. So, like, a shirt might be a 2x2, but a breastplate might be a 3x3. But you can equip both. Yeah, like Kenshi inventory, exactly. Yeah. Although Kenshi's a little bit weird with the equipment, because it still gives the equipment slots a grid, like a grid size. Like the pants equipment slot is a 3x4 grid, but you can there are some pants items that are 3x3 and stuff, which I always found kind of weird. And you can also have, like, an item, because the main item, the main weapon is like a 2x8 slot, and so you can equip 2 swords in the main equipment slot, but only one of them is the actual. I feel like that whole system, the equipment system, was a refactor that didn't happen early enough, So that's like what I'm doing now. I'm trying to not have to deal with that in the future. Okay, so I think... Okay, let's go back to the to-do list. Humans are objects. Humans are objects. Exclamation point. Limbs are items. Exclamation point. What else did we decide? Delicious ice cream. Peacock? No. It's still Picos. It has to still be Picos. Honestly, Picos just means Picos at this point. It doesn't even stand for anything. It's literally just called a Picos. We put the character in the Picos. Oh, the character has an equipment Picos and a prison pocket Picos. That's just it. That's just... It's... Yeah. The acronym has become the name. if I was going to rename it, it would be called the PyCos internal storage, PyCos internal container object storage system. So it would still be PyCos. Oh, I wonder if there's a name for that. When an acronym's first letter stands for the acronym itself. That kind of hurts to think about. Like, yeah, if PyCos stands for PyCos item container object system. Ow. I'm visualizing it. I can't stop. It's just a never-ending staircase of letters. Right, humans are objects, limbs are items. Limbs have property PSM. Or simulation property managers. SPM. Simprop mans. Simulation property managers. It's just called BS, true. Chica, how's it going? PyCos stores entities. Which then means... Oh, wait, have we run out of space? Yeah, no, we only have 4 spaces. Yeah, well, I mean, that's it, really. Alright, so tomorrow, humans are objects, PyCos stores entities, limbs are items. Well, is a limb an item, or is it a limb entity? Now that... now that we can store entities, like, what is an item at that point, you know? Cursive acronym, there you go. Cody, hello. There's a release notes or mention of changes. In the Discord, there is a change log. But I will actually add that straight to the Gumroad as well, I think. It's probably a good idea. But the updates, the latest version, since 1.02, the plugin has been
in C++, or like the main logic of the main loop has been C++, so there's like a 10 times performance increase on the CPU side of things. So it's much better at doing like large numbers of interactors. And I also included my pivot painting scripts, which it's like a pivot painter specifically for interacting foliage with this plugin, because it paints the roots and the tips of leaves and stuff. And it also doesn't require any textures and stuff. It just gets baked into the UVs of the meshes themselves. And so there's also a new tutorial in the tutorial playlist on how to implement that. So 10 times faster? Yes. Like measuredly 10 times faster when doing... I think we tested 3,000 shapes at once. And yeah, it was basically 10 times faster. On the CPU side of things. So you can have about 3,000 shapes and still get 120 FPS. But the GPU side doesn't scale the same. My ideal scenario is for the CPU and the GPU to scale at the same rate. So the next update, which the planned features are the paint buffer, which can be used for like blood and water and, you know, paint. That'll be in there. Support for particles drawing directly to the simulations will be in there. And I'll be doing a hash grid for the inputs so that each input shape doesn't have to iterate over the entire input buffer. It can just iterate over a small subsection that, you know, we pre-compute. Oh, this belongs in grid index 24, and it will just do, you know, it'll basically iterate over a 64 by 64 subsection of the input, and then it will compile them all into one big thing that then get added to the simulations. So that should basically mean that you can draw 10,000 shapes and not break a sweat. Hopefully. I did a test with the 3,000 shapes. I think it was taking up 12 milliseconds on the GPU with the current system, but then when I scaled the input resolution to, I think it was even just like 100 by 100 pixels, it went all the way down to like 1.2 milliseconds. So, or no, 2 milliseconds, including the simulations as well. So that should be, if I can get it to work, we should be like juicing real hard. Like it's gonna be fucking, like people will be able to use it in like RTS games and stuff where you've got like, you know, 1,000 units on screen, and you could have all of them draw to the interaction stuff. So yeah, it also means that the input buffer can be a higher resolution, so higher quality for like the sand deformers and all that kind of stuff. And then because extra GPU performance will be freed up, then you can increase the resolution of the simulations themselves. So you can have like really high quality footprints and whatnot. Or you could increase the overall size of the simulations and then make up for it with the resolution. So yeah, it should be pretty cool. But yeah, that'll be in the next update. I'll probably do that update next month. maybe the start of next month, so I give myself a bit of a time frame to do this big refactor. So we've got like 15 days of work left to do this refactor. And then, yeah. LOD. Maybe the LOD system. Potentially. I'll definitely do the LOD after this, the hash grid. Because that would change the fundamental kind of structure. Oh, actually, it wouldn't really. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we do the surface LOD and the deform LOD. But we definitely don't need an LOD for the wind sim and the water sim and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm excited just thinking about it. An example of integrated global wind in the example level. Yeah, true. That is true. I think I actually already do that in the pivot painted ones in the bottom left. In their materials, you can kind of see what I'm doing with global wind. Where you just add it to the jiggler and the wiggler, or whatever your local wind is driving. You just add the global wind to that, and it will use the same shader code. So you don't have to, like, layer shader code. Like, so you don't have to have a global wind jiggle and a local thingo. But you need to add it globally? What does that even mean? Otherwise, it's local wind. No. We're using the global wind values to drive the... Stop baiting. Only part of your map has global wind equals local. I don't... Oh, you mean like in the test level. Okay, I get it. Alright, well, it's 5 AM. Do I want to Picos, or do I want to think? Or do I want to wrap it up and just play Kenshi for the rest of the night? For the rest of my day? And I've only streamed 7 hours. It's not very long. Although Mr. Samuel Streamer just uploaded a new RimWorld video. True. Maybe I want to watch some wizardy goodness. Want to watch Kenshi silliness? We could play Kenshi for a bit on stream. Yeah, this shit's been wacky, right? So there's a so in this mod pack, which I think is vanilla Psycast expanded, there's a Chronomancer subclass, and one of the abilities is to age a character 10 years to give a character 5 years back, and you can keep using it until your character becomes a baby, so you can like fucking fully Benjamin Button yourself. So basically there's this one wizard who is staying young, who oversees the progression of the entire colony, you know. It's wacky. This guy, if you guys haven't watched this guy's videos, like RimWorld videos, they are fucking classic. Age 10 years to unaged 5. No, you suck. You suck. You suck. Rampunculus is suck dungeon. So you can take a prisoner or a colony. Yeah, you steal. No, but you're not stealing age from them. You're de-aging yourself by aging someone else. So you're putting your agedness onto another character. Or you're stealing lifespan from... No, but you're not stealing lifespan. You're de-aging yourself at the expense of aging someone else. But yeah, these are good. If any of you guys like RimWorld, you should watch these videos because they're unhinged. They are very unhinged. Highly recommend. Alright, well, let's Kenshi for a bit? Maybe? Well, I can't remember what I was doing. Inspired by Wimworld? Inspired by Wimworld? And Diablo 2. Diablo 2. Which it still is. It still is. I got de-aged. Let me just, pause the music. Because we've got Kenshi music now. Also, does anyone know if Sovereign is still alive? Because usually I'd raid him. I know he doesn't stream on Mondays sometimes, but it's 5 a.m. and I've got no one to raid. All right. It is time for the Kenners. All right, what was I doing? Let me just... All right, I've got a heap of I own a heap of giant also I did a little bit of off-screen mining. So I now own a queen skimmer. And a very large armored dog called Brooke, who was Seth's dog. Seth is now a fisherman. Artie was doing... calling to the iron refineries, which are all full, so he needs a new job. Rain is an armorsmith, who smiths armor. I found Sad Neil. So I've been making heaps of money by creating skeleton repair kits from scratch. And then Brecht, you guys might remember Brecht. He now has 2 masterwork composite leg limbs. So he runs at like 50 miles per hour. So I use him as a courier to deliver skeleton repair kits to the Black Desert. Sorry, the Deadlands. Where they buy mechanical parts for like a 500% markup. And I also stop, I think my route is... I go to Vane's Pass, then to Squin and buy all of their skeleton repair kits, and then Ironhaven, and then to the Black Desert City to then sell all of the... Well, you can't just sell it because the shops only have 25,000 coins to start off, but I basically exchange repair kits for extremely expensive limbs. So Beep is now a martial arts killing machine. He's like fully Cyber Beep, right? What was that guy saying? Tin fist bag, right? So yeah, so Beep... Beep's arms and legs have been replaced with swords. And he also has an iron spider, like, hydraulic Giga Fist. So no one can stop Cyber Beep. Yeah, which is kind of fucked up. So yeah, Brecht is just really fast. So like, I could send him to Black Desert City. Hold on, let me just speed up time. Also, he goes really slow around corners. Because he's just too fast. Sometimes he overshoots because he's just too fast. But yeah, this is his normal speed now. Not Flats Lagoon. Where was I going? Black Desert City. So this is at 1 times speed. Oh my god, can you just path properly? Listen to him. So yeah, literally nothing can touch him because nothing is this fast. So I don't really have to worry about getting eaten by gutters and whatnot. He's just fast as fuck. 3 times speed. The game can't keep up, so I'm gonna go back to Beep. I'll just let him overworld path. Unless he has to take a corner, in which case, yes, he could die. He could get one shot by like a turret or something. Filthy, filthy stick man. Hey, that's racist. Fucking nobles. Lord Shiro D's nuts. Alright, let me, So my current aim is to safely escort all of these new recruits back to the settlement. Also, I have a really big wall. I built a wall. And I made the starving bandits pay for it. And I've also got multi-barrel auto harpoon launchers. Yeah, you can see there's some carnage out here. What's the point of this game? There isn't one. There is no point. But that's the point. Also, let me turn the music up. For when there is music, occasionally. But yeah, so this is the settlement. It's called Your Settlement. Also, Hellbear's dying. Oh, because he fucking fell out of his tower. Jesus Christ. Alright, hold on. Why do they... Come on. Come on. Door is closed. Door is open. Door is open. Alright, everyone just fucking get out here. Help. Hellbear. Kill these river raptors. Take them out. Rain. Go and save Hellbear. Ray with the Nodachi. Hell yeah. Oh, alright, he's down. Steyerfast went down. Shit, they're tough. Alright, Ray's fine. Steyer's dying, but fine. Hellbear is patched up. This game's fucked up. Yeah, late game Kenji is wild. It turns into like an RTS at some point. I think Futz is still... yeah, shooting... starving people. Yeah, there's an annoying bug. I'm considering making an outer wall that goes on the outside of this, because when characters load in and they were previously in a tower, sometimes it will place them outside of the tower, and that is like a disaster. Still IMS save? Yeah. Unless there's like a really bullshit death, like main character death, like I'm looking at characters on the other side of the world, and then with no warning, it just says, you know, Rain the Giant is dead. And then I go look over, and it turns out that one of those fucking mad bulls just one-shot them from clipping through a wall because they were unloaded. Yeah, like these things are just dumb. Like, they have like fucking 400 health and they just one-shot everything. Man-eaters. They're from like some stupid mod. It's real silly. It's real silly. But yeah, otherwise this is all legit. I also have a Grieve Wraith, which is stuck on a cliff apparently. The death claws of this game, yeah, but it's like if you died to a death claw off screen. All right, these are all fine now. I think everyone's still. Is Kang? He's just harvesting animals. Easy. Also, I found this thing. It's called a cage beast, but I can't find a bag for it. So it's like, I may as well just call it a beast. And also, these butcher spiders eat corpses, and I don't understand why. Because they're mechanical, they don't need to eat, but they still automatically go and eat bodies. And I don't think they turn them into anything, so I don't know, it's kind of weird. Also, Flashbox is missing an arm. So I need to just go to my little arm storage unit. Also, what's Flashbox using? He's a katana fella. I think I've got a steady arm. What did I say? Left arm? Composite. Right. Here. Steady arm left. Hell yeah. Bam. Good to go. Flashbox, my man. This is games? Yeah, sorry. Hey, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Give me a break. Alright, how am I going to do this outer wall? That's the real question. Unless I just move... No, because the towers need to be on a wall to actually work. Also, do I want to upgrade this wall tier 4 to a tier 5 wall and the towers to tier 5 towers and then build a tier
4-wall in front. I don't know. Sounds like a pain in the ass. Unless I just build watchtowers behind the walls and just man people on them. Don't know. Because I've got one here that's integrated into the wall. These are the questions that we ask. Seems like shy terrain for a castle spot. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Oh. Bit of lag. Yo, nice gate. Nice slanted gate. Yeah, I think for the most part, it should be fine. At least you get warnings when it says characters under attack. Let me just close these. Well, yeah, close them. Can they get back in though? Maybe I just want to keep this open. Because if only river raptors... So river raptors will try and get to the crops and eat them. But I also need river raptors for meat and leather. So I feel like letting them come in is like not a bad idea. Also, who are these guys? Starving bandits, they're fine. And they're killing some holy paladins. Easy. Oh, bug is... No, everyone's fine. Yep. Hellbear's in bed. Ostran's shooting people. These guys are called Lower Servant because they were... rescued slaves, and their default name was Lower Servant, and I haven't been to a plastic surgeon to change their names yet. I mean, they might have been born into slavery. Maybe they didn't even get names in the first place. Alright, Brecht is being targeted, so let me just... Where are you? He's in the burning forest. God, I didn't make it very far. Go to Black Desert. No, stop it. You... Sometimes if the pathing is too big, it just doesn't like it. There we go. Pretty funny that your version of a break from engineering and problem solving for building a game is doing engineering problem solving inside a game. That's right. It's all about context. Yeah, look at him go. Yo, beak things, don't even care. Don't even care. He's just so fast. Oh, okay, good. Oh, actually, what was that? Ruins. No, go back, go back. What do we got? Is it a library? Here. Ancient science book. Oh, we got some fellas getting... Alright, hold on. Just chill here, Sneak. Ray, what are you doing, brother? Right, river raptors. That's fine. Oh, okay, maybe not. Fine. Why are they so powerful? And why are their sounds so funny? Let me just get all the animals... Actually, let me just do a save, because some of them were crashing the game. Which is very... very common. Let me just yeet all the animals here. Oh, I think they don't, I think they don't target them until they start eating the crops. Yeah. Anyway. Can I... If I put this in here, it gets a stack modifier, so then we can get this one. Yeah. Cool. Anything else? No, just damage stuff. Alright, on we go. Black Desert City. Oh yeah, also, because his sneak is so high, he doesn't get any penalty, any speed penalty while sneaking. So they do this fucking Naruto run. That's so good. I don't know if that's a mod or not. I think that's actually base game. If they're sneaking, like they're sneaking blend space, this is the running animation for it. This is Kenshi. Sorry, I haven't updated the thing just because we probably won't play for long. Discovered, what was that? Oh, Adventure Guild Rally Point. It's made by Japanese size to make sense. I don't know if he's... I mean, he looks white as hell. The guy that made it. He might be from Japan, though. But... Oh. Right, we're in... Oh, God, look at them. Pickaxe things. Attack 108. Health 1,200. Well, fuck me. Also, the loading can't keep up with the speed of the character. Ah, right, we're in Venge. Let's just go here then. Zip. Why are these? Ah, right, they were asleep. Let's go back here to Katoon. Get these guys. Now, these guys are giga slow. Hello, fellow skeleton. Shut up. Stop calling me a peasant. That's racist. Who's the slowest here? Encumbrance 69. 6 miles an hour. 18. 6. Yeah, so everyone's a bit... It's because these are all new people, so they're all not very strong. Not strong. Why'd Brecht stop moving? Brother. Move. Please. There he goes. Very good. Right, so we could... Oh, are they hellhounds? Hey, nice, nice. I need someone with... Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. And catnip. Tech on a gear, luxury pack medium. What's the... Yeah. Right, Mew. Mayu.
You are going to harvest this. Too much stuff. Can you fit them? Yeah. Nice. So what I might do is tell these guys to just chill here. And just guard the guards. Hopefully they don't die. And then Brecht is going to keep going this way. Off he goes. Yeah, look at the beautiful scenery. Oh, well, he just dodged that. The big laser from the sky. Hexic, how's it going? Is that the Prismata? No, Prismatascape dev. Also, Brecht is kind of overpowered. I mean, he's not very strong, but like his speed makes him untouchable. He's like Sonic. He's actually kind of like Sonic. Joke's on you, I'm Tails. Damn. Damn. Alright, he's almost there. Just keep going, brother. Keep going. Keep going. I love you can still see the widgets from back at the base, even though it's like literally kilometers and kilometers away. This game's like an actual masterpiece. Right, acid rain, but lucky I got this hood. 70% acid protection. So usually you can't get to Black Desert City. Like early on in a playthrough. Oh god, that hurt. What is that? Looks like a giant alien thing. Stop swimming in acid, you idiot. Let me pause. Oh, it's a giant robot part. I think. It's kind of spooky. Yeah, big sea slug. Oh, don't crash on me. It's just loading. It's just loading. Alright, Black Desert City, let's go. Pogging and champing. $25 repair kits. Oh, I'll have to sell these bloody skins. As in, like, they're actually called bloody skins. It's not just like... Ah, these bloody skins. Alright, let's go to the bar. So I don't need to sneak anymore. Hello, Mr. Wealth. Show me what you got. Sell, sell, sell. Hilton, yeah, it's fine. Alright, the limb shop. Called a bar and not a pub, so not being British. True. British, innit? Yo, nip down to the pub. Innit? We do call them pubs here in Australia. It depends. A pub is like a local, a pub is like not lower class, but a lower class establishment. Like, relatively. But then a bar is like a fancy, a fancy place. But they both do the same thing. Definitely new parts of the should you find indeed. Did you travel all the way here just for my expertise? Yeah, show me what you got. Shut up, skeleton man. Alright, what's he got? He has a... No, any masterwork? Composite arm left? Kind of pog? Blade arm left. Masterwork carved bone arm. Kind of useless. Composite arm left. I think that's all I'll pick up. Yeah, we only want masterwork arms. I will have to do something. Could just sell this science book. This hat. I could sell a couple of these and just shift these over. And then get the masterwork composite arm for $120,000. And then... There we go. Still got 14 left. Oh, so that's really small. Could probably find another. No, they were just carved bone arms. Right, and then we go to the secret area. It's not really secret, but we go to... the most renowned weaponsmiths in the entire moon of Kenshi. Yo, nice. Look at this factory. It's lit. Alright, where are you, Mr. Quinn? Show me what you got. Nice. Let me sell you some stuff. Alright, let's browse. Show me all of the Edge Type 3 weapons. Hell yeah. No. No. Edge Type 2. Moon Cleaver. Edge Type 1 Longsword. Fuck, have they not restocked? Oh wait, they've got a Edge Type 3 Wakizashi. 20 grand, easy. Also, do they have a mobile harpoon launcher? But it's only a specialist grade. Also, I don't have much space. I think I'll just get a few sharp weapons for the newbies, for their offhands. Although I'm pretty sure... I don't know how the calculation works, but... I'm pretty sure... I can't remember if it's...
based on the weapon's sharp damage, the requirement to wield it efficiently goes up, like dexterity requirement, but I think it evens out on the overall damage. Because it's like the weapon inherently does more damage, but then if you're not skilled enough to use it, it does a percentage less damage, but because it does more damage in the first place, it ends up being the same, but I can't actually remember. Maybe I could just get some Mark 1 weapons. Sell all these. Is there anything else that I can... Engineering research. Two of them. Then I could put this in there. Rearrange. I can fit one more weapon in. Just a katana? Yeah, may as well. Easy. Alright, Brecht. Go back. Run all the way back. Wait, where was it? They're at Katoon. There we go. Although I might get these guys to meet. Ribcage Town has Band of Bones bandits. How are we going to get back home? We have to cross the swamp. Through border zone. Back to base. Yeah, I think we just say meet here. Hopefully he can path... Oh, actually, he'll get stuck. No. There's a place they always get... They always get stuck here if I order them to go from Black Desert City back home. Yeah, those footstep sounds. Pog. Squelch, squelch. Alright, I think he should be fine. Let's go back to Dark and Bonk. Who they're all just following that fella around. Right, now I just have to go through all these guys and manually unbodyguard them. I should have just done... Nah, it wouldn't matter anyway. Alright, slowpokes. Prismatica grew way too fast in one day. Yeah. It do be like that, doesn't it? Haven't heard that one before. How have the mods been on this playthrough? Yeah, good. Good. Except for the extra bullshit animals that just one-shot everything. It's been pretty good. What the fuck is that? Like a little lizard bird. It's actually called a lizard bird. What the fuck? But yeah, the mods have all been good, like the extra weapons. All of the town overhauls are really, really good. Right, who... Let's see if everyone's equipped. Fish, Mew. You've got arrows, good. Bonk is good to go. Wund is also good.
Also, I feel like bone fields... Do they have beak things? Also, Breck's still moving. Oh god, yeah, he's moving. He's schmoving. Right, he should be with us soon. Are there big things here moments before disaster? Yeah. How fast would these guys sneak? Okay, same speed, because they're so encumbered. Alright, oh, what is that? They are Guerrillo Bandits. They would probably kick out... How many are there, actually? Pretty sure Guerrillo Bandits only use martial arts. And no armor. Oh, there's like... Okay, that's too many. We can't handle that. Just keep sneaking. Just keep on sneaking. Also, who's the medic in here? Catnip. Catnip has no medical supplies. Bonk, give Catnip. Dark, give Catnip. That should be heaps. Also, who was the other crossbow user? Dark has a straw. Oh, wait. I wonder if... Can Dark wear this Ranger goggle? Yo, Pog. Hey, look at that swag. Look at that Bugman swag. Right, is Breck nearly with us again? Or is he stuck? No, he's still going. Right, I can't see any... I mean, it is nighttime, so I think we're safe from gigantic monsters. If we can't see them, they can't see us. Right? Alright, perfect timing. Yo, I can see him now. Alright, let's... Oh! No! Don't crash on me. Oh, you fuck. Ran out of video memory. Classic VRAM leak. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Oh, luckily I saved. That's what happens when you jump around too much. Classic Kenji things. Anyway, we'll probably wrap up the stream. Because I need to think about whether entities are storable in containers. Pirate stuff. So yeah, I think humans are objects. Limbs are items. Well, I don't know if limbs are items. Well, no, I guess if like a replacement limb is an item. So I guess a biological limb is also an item. And then an organ is also an item, I guess. Which means that our character is just literally a skeleton mecha.
A fleshy skeleton mecha piloted by the brain. It's as simple as that. Oh, so let's see if Marketplace responded. No. Ooh. Ooh. Interesting. Interesting. Gonna apply coupon in. No, I was just looking at some Cascada info. Confidential. It's confidential. Very interesting. Coupon code when? I don't know. Ooh. This is gonna student stage as a educational institution. It's not clear all pages rather. Huh. That's very interesting. Prismatica is confidential or something. Picos? What's Picos? Nice. Well, there you go. Prismatica is confused on stream. Haha, what's a Picos? Yeah, what is a Picos though? Yeah, anyway, I've got heaps of thinking to do. Or not even just thinking, just like stewing. Just like reinforcement of decisions. So... Oh, look. Crimson just started streaming. We can raid Crim. Pog. And I will watch his stream while I think about Picos. Yes. So anyway, thanks everyone for hanging out. Hope you all have a lovely day. I'm going to eat some noodles. And some Picos. And I will see you all again tomorrow. This was a good stream. Nice little 8-hour stream. got plenty done. Refactor is looking solid. Very excited to completely redo the Picos and whatnot. But yeah, it should be pretty good. When we raid Crimson, make sure to post some balls in the chat. Some Charles Ball emotes. But yeah, with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.